Ministerial meeting. So please come inside the conference room and take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you.
여러분 안녕하십니까? 아프리카 K-라이스벨트 농업 장관 회의에 함께해 주신 모든 분들 진심으로 환영합니다. 저는 오늘 행사의 진행을 맡은 아나운서 박세정입니다. 반갑습니다.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to K-Ricebelt Ministerial meeting. My name is Sejong Park, and I will be the host for today's event. First of all, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedules to be here with us today. And it's a great honor and privilege for me to be here as the host for this meaningful event.
이번 행사는 아프리카 지역의 쌀 생산과 보급 향상을 위해서 상호 협력을 강화하고자 개최하게 됐습니다. 정말 멀리서 많은 분들이 참석해주고 계신데요. 진심으로 감사하다는 감사 인사를 드립니다. This meeting aims to promote mutual cooperation in improving rice production and supply in Africa. And today we have a lot of distinguished guests. They're joining us today. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you. Thank you. 자, 그럼 오늘 본격적인 행사를 시작하기에 앞서서 이 자리를 빛내주고 계신 내빈 여러분을 소개해드리겠습니다. 제가 한 분 한 분 소개 올릴 때마다 따뜻한 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다. 먼저 대한민국 정부를 대표해 한덕수 국무총리님께서 참석하셨습니다. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주십시오. 네, 고맙습니다. 대한민국의 농림축산식품부 정황근 장관님
Ministry of
참석하셨습니다.
Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs. Please give him with a big hand. And Minister Gabriel Mbayobe from the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development of the Republic of Cameroon.
Thank you very much for joining us.
And the Deputy Yao Primping Ado from the Ministry of Food and Agriculture of the Republic of Ghana. And Minister Mahmoud Nania Bari from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock of the Republic of Guinea. Minister Franklin Minika Ritri from the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives of the Republic of Kenya. And Minister Fidelis Phobos from the Ministry of Transport and Communication of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau.
Thank you very much for joining us.
And Minister Demba Sabali from the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of the Gambia. Minister Ali Ngui Nidiai from the Ministry of Agriculture, Rural Equipment and Food Sovereignty of the Republic of Senegal. And Oguang Wangesi, Assistant Commissioner of the Ministry of Agriculture of Uganda. And Vice President Kevin Chika Urama from AFDB. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Thank you so much for taking your time.
And Director General Babuka Mane from Africa Rice. Thank you. And Mr. Cho Jae-ho, Administrator of Rural Development Administration of Korea. And Mr. Lee Byung-ho, President of Korea Rural Community Corporation. And we are honored to have a number of distinguished guests from foreign embassies in Korea. And K. Sobechrin MPP, the Ambassador of Ghana. Please welcome him with a big hand. Togolani Edrines Madula, Ambassador of Tanzania.
네, 그리고
아미라 아가리, Ambassador of Sudan.
보내주십시오. Thank you very much for joining us. 그리고
모하메드 벤 사브리, Ambassador of Algeria.
박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다. Thank you. 네, 그리고 대한민국의 공공기관장님 그리고
And also, we have a lot of distinguished participants representing Korean public institutes, but because of the time constraint, I cannot introduce all of you. I'd like to ask you to understand. Please give them a round of applause again.
자, 그럼 지금부터
And now,
아프리카
I'd like to declare the opening of the K-Ricebelt Ministerial meeting.
네, 먼저 이번
First, I'd like to ask you to watch a video on the theme of the meeting from the main screen above the stage.
The impact of climate, health, and food crisis is critical for the global south. We must act now.
The K-Ricebelt project is ready to work together with Africa to overcome the food crisis. Rising global population, climate crises such as heat waves and extreme weather events, conflicts around the world today, and the COVID-19 pandemic have disrupted global food supply chains. Around 800 million people worldwide suffer from hunger. Therefore, 1 in 10 people on Earth is undernourished. In particular, countries in Africa are already experiencing the devastating effects of climate change. Droughts, floods, extreme weather events, and increasing desertification exacerbate the issues surrounding agricultural production and food self-sufficiency. A joint response and cooperation with the international community is urgently needed to achieve food security. Korea once suffered from famine due to the Korean War. Due to this severe hunger, Korea had to receive food assistance from international organizations. With the help of the international community, Korea was able to end hunger and transformed from an aid recipient to an aid donor country, providing 50,000 tons of rice annually as assistance to countries threatened by food crises. Korea's economic growth and agricultural development are largely attributed to the establishment of farming infrastructure, such as restructured farmlands, agricultural dams, and water management systems for irrigation. The Semaul Undong movement and the Green Revolution further accelerated agricultural development. By developing a new rice variety with higher yield and pest resistance, Tongil rice led the Green Revolution and helped Korea achieve self-sufficiency in rice production. The Republic of Korea is now in the spotlight again. The Korean government is promoting a large-scale project for economic and social development in developing countries. K-Ricebelt lies at the heart of this project. In collaboration with partner countries, the K-Ricebelt project symbolizes the efforts made by both Korea and Africa, envisioning the future of agricultural development. The project aims to enhance food security in Africa, where there is high demand for rice, by transferring high-quality seeds and advanced cultivation techniques to countries in the region with low rice productivity. The project also utilizes Korea's advanced technologies to establish an agricultural infrastructure in Africa, including farmland maintenance and agricultural water facilities to support agricultural development in Africa. Starting in 2027, we plan to produce and distribute 10,000 tons of high-yielding rice seeds to help feed approximately 30 million people every year. K-Ricebelt is capturing global attention. It goes beyond food assistance to foster a heart-to-heart connection between Korea and Africa. Our first step towards abundance and prosperity. A heartwarming friendship woven with grains of rice. With the hope of achieving a food-secure Africa, K-Ricebelt stands with you.
Thank you. And also, this video shows that sentences emphasized by President Yoon Suk-yeol saying we must act now. So the food crisis is a global issue and it gets more serious and serious. And Korea went through the war, and also the Korea was an ODA recipient, but now Korea becomes the ODA donor. And this K-Rice belt is a very meaningful ODA to connect Africa and Korea. Now I'd like to invite Jung Hwang-gun, the Minister of MAFRA. He will deliver his opening address. Please welcome him with a big hand. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be with you at Africa K-Ricebelt Ministerial meeting. I'm Jung Hwang-gun, the Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs. Let me begin with my sincere gratitude to African ministers despite a long distance. Gabriel Mbaihobe, the Agricultural Minister of Cameroon, Demba Sabali, the Minister of Gambia, Mamoudou Nana Lembari, the Minister of Guinea, Fidelis Pobulus, the Minister of Guinea-Bissau, Franklin Bitika Linturi, the Minister of Kenya, Ali Ngua Ndiaye, the Minister of Senegal, Matia Kasaisi, the Minister of Uganda, and also the Wang Apesi, the Assistant Commissioner of the Uganda, Yao Primpingado, the Deputy Minister of Ghana. Thank you for being here. And also, I'm really grateful to Han Duck-soo, the Prime Minister of Korea, for being here despite his busy schedule, Kevin Chika Urama, Vice President of AFDB, and Babuka Mane, the Director General of Africa, and I'm really grateful to C.T. McCain, Executive Director of WFP, who sent a video message, and other distinguished participants. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are here at Africa K-Ricebelt Ministerial meeting. K-Ricebelt project is to increase the rice yield in Africa by cultivating Korean variety of rice. Since 2016, when I was serving as the administrator of the Rural Development Administration, I personally visited Africa to confirm the young and dynamic population and potential of Africa. And I had hope and confidence that RK could make a substantial contribution to Africa's food security. Such a dream is being realized under the name of K-Ricebelt, so I'm deeply moved personally. I believe that South Korea should play a pivotal role in solving the food shortage in Africa. First of all, South Korea and Africa have one thing in common, that rice is an important food resource. And additionally, Korea is the only country that has achieved self-sufficiency in rice in a short period of time and has grown into a donor country. Every year, Korea supports 50,000 tons of rice, and we plan to double it from next year on. Korea achieved rice self-sufficiency in a short period of time. We want to share valuable experience and know-how of Korea with African countries through Korean-style project to increase the rice production. After taking office as minister, I have visited Africa twice. African countries are far away from Korea, but there are many things in common with Korea. We have a similarity in historical and cultural pride in overcoming crisis. Many people I met in Africa also expressed their willingness to cooperate with Korea as a model country. I also have a confidence that the young and dynamic African continent can achieve self-sufficiency in food faster than Korea and achieve explosive development. I believe that all of you gathered here today have the same vision as mine. Distinguished guests, the K-Ricebelt project is a long-term and future-oriented project that Korea alone cannot guarantee its success. Together with the ministers from 8 countries who are here today, we are taking the first step towards successfully promoting the K-Ricebelt project. K-Ricebelt may be rice-based warm friendship. From today on, we want to move towards prosperity based on mutual trust and friendship. For its success, government officials, international organizations, farmers, academic experts, and all those present here need to make efforts. I ask you for your interest and cooperation. Once again, I'm really grateful to all participants in African K-Ricebelt Ministerial meeting, and we will do our best so that the foreign delegation will have a fruitful and delightful time while staying in Korea. I hope you will be healthy and happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Chung, for your remarks. He has just mentioned that Korea will be able to play a very important role in providing food security for African countries, and we believe that this opportunity will be the first step towards that end. Now, let me introduce Prime Minister Honorable Han Duck-soo, who will be delivering his congratulatory speech. Please give Prime Minister Han Duck-soo a big round of applause. Honorable ministers from 8 African countries, Vice President, Professor Kevin Chika Urma of AFDB, Director General of Babuka Mane of African Rice, and foreign dignitaries from African countries, and ladies and gentlemen. I would like to congratulate you on the opening of the K-Ricebelt Agriculture Minister meeting. Let me also extend my sincerest gratitude as well as warmest welcome to all the ministers and guests who have taken time to travel to Korea. As you understand, in Korea, we have provided and confirmed our firm commitment to contributing to the world food security, and that became also evident in the G7 meeting that took place in Hiroshima in May this year. And at the heart of the commitment lies the K-Ricebelt project. It is a agriculture ODA led and initiated by Korea that provides self-sufficiency for rice for African countries and to lay the foundation for the continuous and sustainable agriculture development of this region. Let me also thank you for being here together with us, ladies and gentlemen. Korea has experienced the Korean War and extreme hunger and poverty only in less than 70 countries. However, the assistance from international community, including African countries, as well as efforts of the Korean citizens, help us overcome the poverty, and we were able to become the 10th largest economic powerhouse. And it was possible because of the Green Revolution for us to secure food security. We developed multi-yield rice seeds and we distributed the rice, and under the commitment and passion to be a prosperous country, we conducted Semaurundong and were able to be a country with self-sufficiency in terms of rice. And as a result, we were able to become a donor country of ODA instead of becoming an ODA recipient. Now South Korea is ready to share our hard-earned experiences together with our African countries. It will begin this year with the production of 2,000 tons of seeds of rice in Africa, and this will gradually increase up to 10,000 tons of rice seeds by 2027, and this will be sufficient, ensure sufficient supply of rice to about 30 million African citizens. And this requires your cooperation and compassion. We will continue to work together with you to establish a system through which we distribute and produce multi-yield rice in local African regions. We will also continue to develop irrigation system and continue to transfer agriculture technologies. And this will be laying the foundation for African countries to be successful in terms of green revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, the continent of Africa is the continent of blessing and hope. It has vast territory as well as abundant resources. And this is also the continent where there's no concerns about the aging population. It is a young and vibrant continent. And also, this opens up a great opportunity with the launch of AFCFTA and the Korea African Special Summit that will be taking place in Korea in 2024 is going to be a historical landmark to further solidify the relationship between Korea and Africa. South Korea will continue to build our friendship through rice with African countries. We'll continue to communicate with African countries for a forward-looking cooperative relationship. In Africa, if you want to go fast, we say we go alone. If you want to go faster and go far, you have to go together. And Republic of Korea will continue to support the grand journey of African countries for the future, and we will stand by you for a better future in Africa.
high priority projects in 2030. 2030, as you know, Mr. Minister, is a very important year for us, for the global community. One, is the year for us to evaluate our commitment to climate change, which is called NDC. We will evaluate how we did in the last 10 years up to 2030, whether we are successful or there are more things to do. The second meaning of 2030 is the final target year of sustainable global agenda proposed by UN and propelled and motivated by UN. We should evaluate at that time whether the world is sustainable and world is developed enough for us to eradicate poverty and to eradicate and achieve the adequate level of standard of living. So on the occasion of 2030, Korea will host International Exposition 2030 Busan. Busan is the second largest city of Korea. We have three agendas for that international exposition. One is how to tackle climate change. Second one is how to achieve economic development and how to achieve technological sophistication in the future after 2030. The third agenda is, yes, economic development is very important, but what is more important is to make that economic development more inclusive. The benefit of economic development cannot be enjoyed by only a selected few. It must, the result of economic development should be shared by many people in a particular economy. So with that basic agendas on mind, Korea is bidding to hold the 2030 International Exposition in Busan. And Africa is a very important continent which can support Korea's bid for 2030 International Exposition. I know that the ministers that are gathered here are very, very influential in your own country and will be very accessible to your relevant ministries. I hope that returning back, I hope that all the ministers will make your own efforts to support Korea in making Korea successful in our bidding for International Exposition in 2030 in Busan. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. And he mentioned that Korea went through the Korean War about 70 years ago, but now Korea is that the ODA donor country in terms of the food provision. And also, I think that cooperation is really important for our mutual success. Cindy McCain, Executive Director of WFP, and Master Kevin Chika Urama, Vice President of AFDB, will give us a keynote speech. Executive Director Cindy McCain was not able to travel to Seoul, so she sent us the video speech. So the Cindy McCain sent us the video speech. Please watch
Prime Minister
it.
Han, Minister
together.
Chung, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to address the 2023 ODA Ministerial Roundtable, hosted by the Minister of Agriculture, Food, and Rural Affairs. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person, but I want to congratulate you and the 7 African ministers of agriculture attending today's roundtable for launching the K-Ricebelt project. It's an innovative program which will harness the Republic of Korea's expertise and resources to help other countries tackle the root causes of hunger. By working closely with vulnerable African communities to boost domestic rice production, the program will increase food security across these nations. At the World Food Program, the world's largest humanitarian agencies, we know how important it is to help people help themselves. So rest assured, we will do everything we can to support this important initiative. The K-Ricebelt project could not have come at a better time. We are facing an unparalleled global hunger crisis today. So programs that build resilience and support sustainable development are more important than ever. In Korean culture, rice symbolizes prosperity and good health, and that is exactly what the Republic of Korea is giving to some of the most vulnerable families in the world. I thank all of you at the roundtable today for your leadership and for your ambition, and I look forward to working with you to end hunger and save lives. Thank you, and I hope you have a productive meeting today.
Thank you. So Cindy McCain sent a video speech. Now I'd like to invite Kevin Chika Urama, Vice President of AFDB, on the stage, please. Welcome with a big hand.
Your Excellency,
존경하는 내외 기빈 여러분, 존경하는
Prime
한덕수
Minister of
국무총리,
the Republic of Korea, Honorable Chung
그리고
Han-Queen,
농림축산식품부의
Minister of
정만근
Agriculture,
장관님,
Food and Rural Affairs of the Republic of Korea, Honorable Ministers of Agriculture from the African continent present, Ladies
아프리카에서
and gentlemen,
참석해주신 각국의 농업장관님,
good morning.
그리고 내외 기빈 여러분,
I'm really delighted
안녕하십니까?
to join you
한
at
아프리카
the Korea
농업장관
Rice
회의에
Belt
초대해 주신 것에
Ministerial meeting.
대해서 진심으로
Thank you for inviting the African Development Bank to speak at this event. On behalf of the President of the African Development Bank Group, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, who is inadvertently absent due to prior commitments, I bring you the compliments of the African Development Bank Group and thank you very much for inviting us to participate in this important meeting. I'm delighted that the Korea Rice Belt Ministerial meeting is happening today for the reasons already clearly explained by the Prime Minister and the Minister. It's coming at a time when the world is at a crossroad The alarm bells are ringing with regard to missing the Sustainable Development Goals, the Agenda 2030, which the Prime Minister also spoke about. One of the key issues around the Agenda 2030, which is being missed, is eradicating hunger, SDG number 2. Ending hunger in the world has continued to be elusive to many countries, especially in Africa. The number of hungry Africans have increased from 149 million in 2015 to over 283 million by 2020. These are Africans, women, children, and men who go to bed hungry tonight as we speak. This includes 30 million children that are already malnourished and are stunted because of malnourishment. This situation is made serious due to climate change, also another subject that His Excellency the Prime Minister of Korea mentioned in his opening remarks. We see that Africa is losing quite a lot, and agricultural productivity, which is already low on the continent, will go down even more because of climate change impacts. And climate change is already costing Africa 7 to 15 billion US dollars annually because of the impacts that it creates, especially in the agricultural sector, which employs 70 to 80% of Africa's population. This could grow to over $50 billion in losses by the year 2030. But I'm excited by these great initiatives, like the initiative we're discussing today, and other initiatives that the African Development Bank Group has been implementing, including one that we call Technologies for Agricultural Transformation in Africa, TAAT. Through the TAAT platform, we have brought improved technologies to different African countries, working with CGIAR and several regional and national institutions, and also the private sector, to bring improved seeds and agricultural technologies to massively increase productivity in Africa. Over the past 3 years, TAAT has delivered climate-resilient agricultural technologies to over 12 million farmers in Africa, including irrigation technologies and improved seeds for rice and wheat production. Let me just give you 3 examples. First, in Ethiopia, heat-tolerant wheat varieties delivered by TAAT allowed the country to expand area under cultivation and the different varieties in over 5,000 hectares from 2018 to 1.2 million hectares by 2022 and 2023. Through this initiative, Ethiopia has become self-sufficient in wheat production and is expecting to export almost 500,000 tons of wheat to Ethiopia, to Djibouti and Kenya this year. This is an amazing achievement, just to give an indication on what the K-Ricebelt could also do in the right sector. Second, drought affected East Africa in 2018, and this led to the TAAT program helped to deliver water-efficient maize developed again by CGIAR and the African Agricultural Technology Foundation to over 5.2 million farmers, averting a food crisis. Third, to tackle the fall armyworms, TAAT developed technologies that were delivered to over 600,000 farmers across Malawi, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. TAAT has helped to develop deliver the Nerica rice varieties to over 3.2 million farmers across the continent. This is just to give examples on what we can expect that this particular program, which has been started by Korea, will deliver for the continent. But despite these achievements, we need to continue to stand together to do more, because as productivity is increasing and delivery of products, agricultural produce, is increasing on the continent, so is population, and so also are confounding global headwinds that creates disruptions in global supply chains and other things that make food insecurity more perverse on the continent. So the goal is clear. We need to use technologies and deliver agricultural produce to Africa so that we can avert food insecurity on the continent and help to advance the achievement of Sustainable Development Goal number 2, so that by 2030, when we gather in South Korea, we will be able to tell a positive story rather than a doom and gloom story about how we have achieved the goals we set as a global community. It was through incredible coordination of the global effort that some of these things have been achieved. In January, the African Development Bank, under the leadership of President Akinwumi Adesina and President Macky Sall of Senegal, we also had a global compact on food security on the continent, and were able to mobilize about 72 billion US dollars towards food and agricultural delivery compacts to help accelerate the transformation of African agriculture, which the bank is investing its own money, about 10 billion US dollars, to advance. On rice, the bank is preparing a regional operation to finance the regional rice resilient value chains development program we call the reward program in West Africa, to a total of about 650 million US dollars in 15 ECOWAS countries. This program targets about 750,000 hectares of irrigated land, with 1 million rice farmers beneficiaries, and with over 30% of them being females. Ladies and gentlemen, the call for increasing food security on the continent rings loud and clear. And this is the responsibility not just of Africa, but also of the global community if we are to meet the SDG Goal 2. And Korea is leading again by developing this particular program today. I bring to you the thanks and appreciation of the African Development Bank Group for you always leading in development agendas for the continent, and the great example that Korea has given, already shown to us in this video. A country that had similar experiences like Africa a few years ago and is now miles ahead of Africa today. We would like to stand together with you to travel that path, learn from your experiences, and accelerate food production and agricultural technologies and food security on the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing.
As mentioned by the Vice President, the poverty or the hunger are very important global issues, and also the hunger and climate change, those issues get serious in African continent. However, we are here to cooperate each other, so that maybe from 2030 on, we will have a positive result. Now we'll take a group photo together by inviting Prime Minister Han and Minister Chung and 8 African ministers to the stage. And please come to the stage. And the Prime Minister Han and Minister Chung, please stand on the stage. And Prime Minister and the Minister, please stand on the center, and also the African representatives stand together. And also the African ambassadors.
come forward to the stage to take a photo. And yes, the embassies in a row, the next row, you can.
Prime Minister Han and Mr. Chung can stand in the center together with ministers of African 8 countries and also the ambassadors. Take a group photo together. Are you ready? So,
3, 2, 1.
thank you. Thank you. So thank you very much. This brings us to the end of the opening ceremony of the K-Ricebelt Ministerial meeting, and we will proceed to the MOU signing ceremony from 11 a.m. Please stay with us until the stage is rearranged.
지금부터 MOU 서명식을 시작하겠습니다. 자, 이번 행사를 통해서 대한민국과 아프리카 지역 8개국과 대표님들이 한 곳에 모여 계십니다. 정말 특별한 자리라고 할 수가 있겠는데요. 대한민국에서 개발한 답수학, 쌀품종을 보급하고 또 농업기술과 노하우를 공유하기 위한 의미 있는 자리입니다. 오늘 이 MOU 서명식을 통해서 아프리카 지역의 식량 안보를 위한 협력 의지를 다시 한번 확인해 보려고 합니다. 자, MOU 서명식 안내를 간략하게 해드리겠습니다. 이번 서명식에서는 대한민국과 카메룬, 가나, 기니비사우, 케냐, 감비아, 우간다, 그리고 세네갈을 포함한 8개 국가와 함께 쌀 생산성 향상 협력을 위한 MOU를 체결할 예정이고요. 세네갈은 공기계 지원 협력을 위한 MOU도 함께 진행하고 있습니다. 자, 대한민국과 각 국가별로 차례차례 진행을 할 겁니다. 그리고 중앙에 설치된 테이블에서 서명 순서를 설명드리는데요. 각국 장관님께서는 제가 호명해드리면 위로 올라오셔서 지정 좌석에 앉아주시면 되겠고요. 합의문을 서명하신 후에 교환하셔서 다시 한번 서명하시고 저희가 2번 기념 촬영을 진행할 예정입니다. 첫 번째 기념 촬영은 앞으로 나오셔서 각 합의문을 각자 드신 다음에 카메라 보시고 사진 촬영하시면 되겠고요. 그리고 두 번째 사진 촬영은 하나의 합의문만 두 장관님께서 한 손으로 같이 드시고 또 오른손으로는 악수를 하시면서 사진 촬영을 해주시면 되겠습니다. 자, 그럼 첫 번째 MOU 체결 시작하겠습니다. 첫 번째 MOU 체결은 대한민국과 카메룬과 대한민국입니다. 대한민국의 정환근 장관님 그리고 카메룬의 가브리엘 은바이호베 장관님 무대로 올라오십시오. 대한민국과 카메룬 양국 장관님께서 체결한 합의문에는 대한민국에서 개발한 다수학 쌀 품종을 보급하고 식량 안보를 위한 농업기술과 노하우를 양국 간에 공유함으로써 상호 협력하자는 취지의 내용을 담고 있습니다. 자, 합의문을 확인하시고요. 이상 없으시면 사인해 주시기 바랍니다. Please go over the documents and sign on the documents, please.
And we will take our next photo. Please hold one MOU together and shake hands. And look at the camera. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you.
And next, Republic of Korea and Republic of Ghana will exchange an MOU. I would ask Deputy Minister Ya Frimpong Ado from the Ministry of Food and Agriculture to step on the stage. South Korea and Ghana established diplomatic relations in 1977 and have since made sustained efforts for mutual national development. In particular, the presence of COPIA office in Ghana has facilitated collaborative efforts between the two countries. And you can now exchange the MOU and sign on the MOU. And this agreement is the confirmation that the two countries has exchanged an MOU for food cooperation in the sector of agriculture. And again, we're going to take photos twice. First, you can hold the MOU and you can face the camera in front of you. And we're going to do the second photo up. And you can hold a single MOU together and exchange, shake hands. Thank you very much. We hope that this marks the continuous cooperation between the two countries going forward. Next, Republic of Korea and the Republic of Guinea will exchange an MOU, and I would like to invite Minister Mamoudou Nanglin Barry from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock of the Republic of Guinea to come on to the stage. The two countries have tied diplomatic relations in 2006 and have since made efforts for mutual national development and cooperation. You can now sign on the MOU. And after you exchange the MOU, you are also going to sign on the MOU. And this commemorates the commitment of two countries for continuous collaboration through the exchanges of the MOU. And the first photo up is for you to face the camera in front of you, whilst holding the MOU in front of you on your hands. And second photo up, you can shake your hands. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a round of applause. Next, Republic of Korea and the Republic of Guinea-Bissau will exchange an MOU. I would like to invite Minister Fidelis Forbes from the Ministry of Transport and Communications of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau to step onto the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause. The Republic of Korea and Guinea-Bissau established diplomatic relations back in 1983 and have been working together in the K-Ricebelt project. And you can now sign on the MOU after you go over the MOU. And now please exchange the MOUs for another signing up. And this confirms that the Republic of Korea and the Republic of Guinea-Bissau have exchanged an MOU for food security. The ministers of two countries will stand up and hold the MOUs whilst facing the camera in the center. Thank you very much. As we have done in the earlier MOU exchanges, now please pose for the second photo up. And another round of applause to the two ministers. And I hope that the MOU marks the beginning of the continuous cooperation and active exchanges of technologies between the two countries. Next, Republic of Korea and the Republic of Kenya will exchange an MOU. I would like to invite Minister Franklin Mitika Linturi from the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives of the Republic of Kenya to step onto the stage. The two countries established diplomatic relations back in 1964, and Kenya hosts the COPIA office. And please take time to read through the MOU contents.
Please go over the screens and sign up.
The contents of the MOU are the same as the previous MOUs. And now the two ministers will exchange the MOUs to sign on the other copy of the MOU. This confirms that the two countries have exchanged an MOU for food security. And please stand in front of the table. Now please pose for the first photo op.
3, 2, 1, smile.
Thank you very much. And now for the second photo, you can shake hands whilst facing the camera in front of you. Please join me in providing another round of applause to the two ministers.
Thank you so much for your activities.
Next, Republic of Korea and Republic of the Gambia will exchange an MOU. I would like to invite Minister Demba Sabali of the Ministry of Agriculture from the Republic of Gambia to step onto the stage. The Republic of Korea and the Republic of the Gambia established diplomatic relations back in 1965. And please sign on the MOU after you take some time to review the contents. Please exchange the MOUs and sign on the other copy. Thank you very much. This confirms that the two countries have signed on the MOU for cooperation in the field of food security. Now please step in front of the table. For the first photo, please hold the MOU and face the camera in front of you.
3, 2, 1, smile. 네, 고맙습니다. 자, 이번에는
Thank you very much. Now for the second photo, please exchange handshaking, and this MOU marks the beginning of the continuous cooperation and active exchanges of technologies between the two countries. Next, Republic of Korea and the Republic of Uganda will exchange an MOU. I would like to invite Assistant Commissioner Ogwang Yafei of the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries of Uganda to step onto the stage. Republic of Korea and Uganda established diplomatic relations in 1963 and have made sustained efforts for mutual national development, and Uganda currently hosts the COPIA office. Please sign on the MOU after you review the contents. Again, sign on the MOU after you exchange your signed copy with your counterpart. And this confirms that Korea and Uganda have exchanged an MOU for the cooperation in the field of food security and the agriculture sector. The two ministers, I would like to ask the two ministers to hold the MOU and let it face the camera. Thank you very much. Now, could you please pose for the second photo up? You can shake hands. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them another round of applause. And this will begin the earnest beginning of continuous strong cooperation between the two countries. And next, Republic of Korea and the Republic of Senegal will sign on 2 MOUs for K-Ricebelt and the cooperation in the field of agriculture machinery. I have the honor of inviting Minister Ali Nonguli Nende of the Ministry of Agriculture, Rural Equipment and Food Sovereignty of the Republic of Senegal to join on the stage. The two countries have established diplomatic relations in 1962. The first MOU is for the cooperation in the field of K-Ricebelt. Please exchange the MOU and sign on the document. And second MOU is for the cooperation and support in the field of agriculture machinery between Republic of Korea and the Republic of Senegal. Korea is going to provide support so that the maintenance station for the agriculture machinery will be established in local Senegal sites. And not only in Senegal, Korea aims to expand the establishment of the stations where the African farmers can get their machineries to be maintained and to be repaired. This confirms that the two countries have exchanged MOUs for the field of K-Ricebelt and agricultural machinery. Now we're going to take the photos. Would you please come in front of the table? So please hold the MOU and face the camera in front of you. We'll immediately move over to the second photo up. You can shake hands. Ladies and gentlemen, please give the two ministers another round of applause. Thank you very much. Now I would ask the two ministers to wait on the stage because we're going to have a commemoratory group photo by inviting all 8 ministers over to the stage. The ministers from 8 different African countries and participating Korean counterparts, including Honorable Minister Chung, will be joining the commemoratory photo session. And the first photo and we will please give the ministers a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Now you can step down from the stage and please take your seats.
Thank you.
This brings us to the end of the opening ceremony of the K-Ricebelt Ministry meetings as well as the MOU signing ceremony. The briefing session will take place on the 3rd floor, and I would like to ask the ministers to move to the 3rd floor for the briefing session. Once again, thank you very much for your participation and giving me the opportunity to be your MC today. Thank you very much.
점심 맛있게 드셨습니까? 네, 저도 맛있게 먹었습니다. 자, 그럼 지금부터 아프리카 K 라이스벨트 장관회의 세미나를 시작하겠습니다. 네, 다시 한번 인사드립니다. 저는 오전에 이어서 오후 세션도 진행을 맡은 아나운서 박세정입니다. 반갑습니다. 네, 오늘 이렇게 의미 있는 자리 끝까지 함께해 주고 계신 여러분께 감사의 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 자, 오늘 세미나는 크게 2부로 나뉘어져 있습니다. 첫 번째 세션은
Session 1 will be talking about Korean ODA in the context of the world food security. There will be 3 presentations followed by a general discussion. And seminar 2 is going to deal with the ways to identify K-Ricebelt cooperation. And there will be another set of 3 presentations, which will be also followed by a discussion. And as was the case for the previous session, we have channel 1 for English, channel 2 for French, and channel 3 for Korean. And if you need simultaneous translation service, please feel free to use the translation receiver. Now, without any further ado, let me first invite Mr. Kim Min-sung from the Office of Prime Minister, and the title of his presentation is The Current ODA Policy of the Yoon Suk-yeol Administration. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kim Min-sung, Senior Director of Office for International Development Cooperation. Now I'd like to present the strategic plan for ODA under the Yoon administration. And today I will introduce Korean ODA and share the directions of the Korean ODA implementation, and I share the case of ODA. As you know well, ODA consists of the bilateral aid and multilateral aid, and bilateral aid consists of the concessional loan and the grant project, and also in terms of the bilateral aid, Ministry of Economy and Finance and Ministry of Foreign Affairs manage the bilateral aid. And also the supervisory agency is the Committee for International Development Cooperation. And I'm working at this committee. And in 1987, EDCF was established, and in 1991, COICA was established, and in 2006, CIDC was established. In the morning, our Prime Minister attended here, and when he was the Prime Minister, and he had a meeting for the international cooperations. And also, back then, he presented a roadmap to join that the advanced ODA donor countries. And also in 2022, the ODA budget amounted to 4 trillion won. So the ODA in Korea developed in a very fast way. So the ODA, the budget increased 3 times compared to 2002, and also in 2003, the budget for the ODA is about 3 billion Korean won. However, still, we have some problems compared to the advanced countries. Korea's ODA, the budget is a little bit lower, and also that the universal criteria for the ODA measurement, that one is that the ODA compared to GNI. So in that cases, the Korean ODA is really low in terms of the ODA budget compared to GNI. And actually, Korea, the ratio of the ODA to GNI, in that point, Korea ranked 28 in the world, and also back then we promised to increase the ODA budget by 0.2 of the GNI until the 2015, but we could not achieve the promise, and still our goals, we cannot achieve our goals in terms of the ODA budget. And actually we plan to conduct the 1,840 projects with 4.73 trillion. And also you can see that the Ministry of Economy and Finance ranked first in terms of the ODA budget, followed by Ministry of Foreign Affairs and MAFRA. And as shown by this slide, the Ministry of Economy and Finance and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the MAFRA and also the projects conducted by Korean RDA also included into this slide. And also maybe you can see that the news article saying that we focuses on this ODA project. So we prepare for the 6.8 trillion won for the next year's ODA budget, and of course that it needs to be go through passed by the National Assembly. However, I think that we plan to have 6.8 trillion one of the ODA budget, but still we are lagging behind compared to the advanced countries. However, we try to make efforts to achieve our goal. And this one is that the Korea's ODA's plan. So actually this plan announced by the new government, the Yoon Suk-yeol government, and among them, I wanted to share some kind of the important issues. And there are some global issues, threat to the universal values, and also that the lack of financial resources, and also the prioritization of a national economy, and rise on the global profile of the Korea. And those are the global issues in terms of the ODA. And we conducted the analysis on the Korean ODA. So the global food prices are forecast to skyrocket by 23% due to the impact of the Ukraine war, and also a 1% increase may result in the suffering of 10 million people around the world. And based on this kind of the analysis, we set up the kind of the strategy. That's the strategic implementation of ODA, packaged large-scale and branded ODA, and creation of the ODA ecosystem in a virtuous circle, and the advancement of the implementation methods. And based on this kind of the direction of the ODA implementations, we wanted to become a reliable country that fulfills its responsibility and an exemplary ODA donor. And by doing so, our goal is to become a global pivotal state. To make breakthrough, to make a breakdown, we have some kind of the strategic implementation of ODA. First, we wanted to grow into one of the top 10 ODA donors. So we try to expand the ODA value, and also we develop the regional ODA strategies suitable to Africa, East Asia, and others. And in February this year, we announced that the strategy for Asia, for Africa countries in terms of the ODA strategies. And also, our another direction of the ODA is that the package the large scale branded ODA. So until now, Korea's ODA is a very small scale, so that it was not that much helpful to the ODA recipients. So now we wanted to help the ODA recipients in a significant way. So to this end, we developed the strategy so-called packaged large-scale branded ODA. For example, Korean Dam Water Supply Project is a representative case of the branding of the Korean ODA project. for example, and also the K-Ricebelt, the strategy is made based on the analysis on the needs of the recipient countries. And we really wanted to create the ODA ecosystem in a virtuous circle. And government alone cannot guarantee the success of the ODA. So we encourage the private sector to participate in this ODA project. And also we support the young people to go abroad to join this ODA projects. And by doing so, we are able to increase the image of the Korea to foreign countries. And also we are trying to strengthen partnership with the civil society and raise the support and awareness in and out of the Korea. And especially every year by the end of the November, in the cases we have a government-wide promotion week for the Korean images. So in the cases, the MAFRA will join this kind of the event too. And also, we try to advance the implementation methods to this, and we will digitalize the whole process of the ODA projects, and we will make effective ODA performance management, and we enhance the ODA work system. And today, our topic is that food security today. So I wanted to share one case of the ODA. So of course that I think that the other people, other presenters will share a lot of cases. So I just show this slide to wrap up my presentation. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And the first presentation, he shared that the implementation of the ODA projects under the Yoon administration, and also he shared the direction of the ODA projects.
The second presentation is going to be conducted by Kim Dong-in, who is from the Korea Rural Community Corporation. The title of his presentation is Current Status of ODA in Agriculture in Africa.
It's my great honor to be here with you today. Today I want to introduce the current state of ODA in agriculture in Africa. My presentation consists of 3 chapters. First, I'd like to overview ODA in agriculture, especially supported by Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs. Secondly, we'll take a look on current states of ODA in Africa. Finally, let me raise some challenge and suggestion. Let's begin with an overview of ODA in agriculture. Our vision is to be a global leader in achieving sustainable development goals outlined by the United Nations. Especially, we aim to contribute global food security and enhancement of national status through the doubling ODA budget by 2027 and applying strategic approach. To come true this vision and goal, we have 4 key strategies, as you can see in the slide. This slide represents ODA implementation process from beginning to post-management. It begins with demand survey and feasibility study, and followed by signing of a record of discussion for launching the project. Especially during implementation stage, we focus on performance management to achieve the goals, and we continue to provide follow-up management after 2 years before project completed. Meanwhile, specialized government agencies in collaborating for the ODA project. For example, MAFRA play a very crucial role in planning the project and approval and preparation guideline and also coordination. KRC, Korea Rural Community Corporation, responsible for managing the project implementation, and also RDA, Rural Development Administration, focus on developing and transferring agro-technology. Another agency, Korean Rural Economic Institute, provide consulting policy and assessment. In addition, the Korean Seed Variety and Service and another agency, APIS, Korean Agency for Education, Promotion, Information Service, also actively participate in ODA implementation. This graph represented total grant aid by sector. As of 2022, agriculture sector occupied 11% of total grant aid, amounting $142 million US. In case of Africa, agriculture occupies 22 million US dollar to 30%. We can see the agricultural sector is very smaller than other sectors. This graph represented ODA budget projection of MAFRA. You can see in case of Africa, the budget expected to rise from $48 million to $100 million by 2027, almost double. This graph shows the ODA budget by bilateral and multilateral. Bilateral expected from 85 million US dollar to 170 million US dollars. Also, multilateral also anticipate to rise from $12 million to $30 million. These figures give us insight on the importance of the growing ODA budget and needs of comprehensive preparation to accommodate this kinds of expansion in the future. Let's move on next chapter. This chapter I'd like to introduce current status of ODA in Africa. Since 2011, MAFRA supported 18 ODA projects. Now, 2 projects is on the way currently. And also, COPIA are also committed to transfer agro-technology in 7 countries. The pie chart in the left side represent the budget distribution by region. As you can see, the Africa occupied 46%, especially West African region occupies only 10%. The graph on the right side represents ODA budget distribution by project type. As you can see, most of budget for Africa is food assistance. Actual budget for development is much more than Asia. From now on, I'd like to introduce some representative projects in ODA project. First project is Cameroon. we built rice cultivation center. This project focused on land consolidation and construction of irrigation and drainage canal from 2011 to 2014. Thanks to this project, the village became self-sufficient village in rice, and also not only solving the hunger, but also increasing the income in the target area. In Uganda, we improved dairy productivity project. We built a model dairy farm, and then we support breeding technology of Korea in cooperation with Uganda Macquarie University from 2019 to 2022. As a result, the milk production increased 5 liters per day to 15 liters per day after 5 years, and 96% of farmers satisfied with the Korean species. Another case in Mozambique, we enhanced agricultural technology, especially we support to construct agricultural training center, having dormitory, cafeteria, warehouse, cold storage, poultry house from 2014 to 2017. Thanks to this project, the production of kale, lettuce, tomatoes, and cabbage increased by more than 4 ton per hectare. Another case in Ethiopia, we transferred grain processing and food manufacturing technology. We focus on remodeling of the laboratories, and we provided equipment such as agro-processing facilities and laboratory experimental instruments from 2018 to 2022. As a result, Korean food technologies successfully transferred to the researcher, and they can produce Korean pancake and baby food prototype, and they can make a profit. In another project in Ethiopia, we disseminated agricultural technologies in order to improve the farm income. We focus on constructing of agricultural training center and demonstration farm, and also we provide capacity building from 2017 to 2022. Thanks to this project, tap production increased by 23%, chickpeas increased by 8%, onion products increased by 10%. Final case in Ghana, we constructed agricultural irrigation facilities. We built drip irrigation farm of 60 hectares and pumping station and demonstration farm and farm roads from 2011 to 2013. Thanks to this project, barren land transformed arable land, and they can grow tomatoes twice a year and result in increasing farm income. Even though this project I explained so far definitely produced some remarkable results, but we are still facing some challenges related to sustainability, continuity, and expandabilities. To overcome these kinds of obstacles, we need to refer to another successful project in other countries. So I'd like to introduce some successful case. First case is Karian Dam project in Indonesia. This project aims to supply agricultural water and domestic water to West Jakarta, combining grant aid and a loan with the private investment. The success of this project lies in the combination the private sector and public sector. This is called the successful private-public partnership project. Second case in Tanzania, we support irrigation infrastructure development project. This project focuses on land consolidation and construction of reservoir and irrigation canal. The first stage finished by 2023 this year, utilizing the loan. The first stage produced meaningful results. So second phase now currently underway. In addition, a rice product project is a grant aid. Grant aid also considered to provide it to enhance the project impact. Vietnam offers another interesting case. ODA projects support seed potato cultivate facilities, greenhouse, storage seed potato varieties. On the other hand, the Korean food manufacturing companies purchase the potato through the contract farming between Korean company with local farmers and local farmers cooperative. This business model can produce the income not only for Korean company but also the farmers cooperative. This is a final case in Ghana. This project is called Water Energy Food Project. For this project, several Korean agencies involved in. For example, Korea Rural Community Corporation supplied the water, and another Korean Institute for Advancement Technology and Technology support energy through the solar energy system. And also, Rural Development Administration provide agro-technology and capacity building. This project concept is part of K-Ricebelt program. This initiative aims to increase the productivity and increase farmers' earning. Especially this project site is nearing to enormous farmland, having more than 150,000 hectares. So you can pave the way for the large-scale development in the near future. Hopefully, combine the loan and also private investment. In summarizing, I presented current status of ODA in Africa, and secondly, I identified some challenges from the ongoing project, and finally, I highlighted the successful case to get some lessons. Thank you very much.
Thank you for insightful presentation. He shares some kind of the existing cases of the ODA conducted in Africa. Now I'd like to invite the next speaker. The next speaker is Chang Jun-chul, the project manager of the International Cooperation Bureau of Korea Semaul Undong Center. He will share success cases of ODA projects in Africa. Please welcome him with a big hand.
새마을운동 중앙회 국제사업팀장 장준철이라고 합니다.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jang Jin-chul, the project manager of the International Cooperation Bureau of Korean Semahal Undong Center. Today, we'll share the actual cases of the Semahal Undong pilot projects in Africa, and also I wanted to share the future implementation direction of the ODA projects in Africa.
차는 이렇고요. 먼저 지구촌 새마을운동에 대해서
And first, I will share some overview or the introduction of the global Semahal Undong, and followed by major achievements and limitation. And also, I will share some case studies of the Semahal Undong pilot village project in Uganda. Now, I wanted to introduce the global Semahal Undong. And we try to conduct the Semahal Undong to foster the foundations of self-reliance in partner countries. So to this end, we conducted a Semahal education for foreigners, and also we conduct the Semahal Undong pilot village creation projects. And by encouraging the villagers to participate in this project, we try to make them understand they can do. And until last year, we provided the 600 participants, provided education in 600 participants in 22 countries. And also we conducted invitational training, on-site training, and remote education or local education. And also we provided the lectures, field trips, group discussions, and action plans. And these action plans will be reflected by the other people to implement these action plans in the actual project. And also we promote 44 pilot village projects in countries. And then we have 6 projects in Burundi, and also we have some projects in Zambia and other countries. And also next year we conduct these pilot projects in Tanzania and Tajikistan. And as one of the package project, we will develop new project and conduct the feasibility studies, and also we cooperate with other agencies in Tanzania and Pakistan. And also we try to increase the partnership among partner countries. So the last month we hosted the Global Semahal Leaders Conference by inviting the global leaders from the many countries. So we try to share the cases of these cooperations through the Semahal Leaders Conference. And also, since last year, we have had a meeting with the ambassadors, and we had an ambassador seminar, Semahal Undong Global Partner Country Ministerials, and then we have some kind of the meetings. As I mentioned before, we hosted the Global Semahal Leaders Conference by inviting the Semahal Undong leaders to share the exemplary models and cases. And since 2009, we have conducted this global Semahal Undong, so it has been conducted more than 10 years. So we try to build a foundation for international outreach and expansion of Semahal Undong over the past decade. So I think that the Semahal Undong was really successful in Korea. So we try to establish Korea's distinctive ODA model and enhance international cooperation. And our organization, Semahal Undong Center, is a private organization. So we are trying to lay the institutional foundation for global Semahal Undong through the revision of relevant laws. But there are many limitations and challenges. As I mentioned before, we are conducting 새마을 pilot village movement. But to make a success, I think that the local governments and the central government must participate. So that's why we have many meetings with the leaders or the ministries to increase that the cooperation and also encourage more leaders to join this 새마을 운동. And I think that in terms of that, the Korean cooperative institutes are required to join this global 새마을 운동 too. And so we try to strengthen solidarity among 새마을 운동 global cooperation countries, and also actually the technology shall be developed to increase the income of the villagers and to make villagers to find out their own opportunity to develop themselves. So there are some limitations in promoting country-specific customized 새마을 운동. So in this context, we are trying to increase the cooperation with the Korean agencies to achieve the synergy in Africa. And this slide shows us that detailed cases of our activities. And first one is that the 새마을 education for foreigners. And this education consists of the three ways. First one is that training for invited participant, and the second one is the local training, and the third one is that the on-site education. For example, Uganda, Laos, and Cambodia, and those on-site educations are conducted and provided to the villagers to have more education opportunity. And the next one is that the pilot village creation project. And in terms of this project, we are doing the environmental improvement project, income growth project, and mindset reform programs. And also we have a village general assembly or resident participation meeting. In terms of the environmental improvement, we pave the ways and also we improve the access roads. And in terms of the income growth, we operated the livestock bank and conducted variety projects to increase the income of farmers. And also in terms of the mindset reform, we use that the concept of learning by doing. So the actually villagers learn by doing something. So in this context, the villages patience is very important. And there are some principles of our project, and we try to involve both residents and government in implementing 새마을 운동 from start to finish. And we try to focus on importing the spirit and approach of 새마을 운동 rather than providing material support. And we try to establish a system for project implementation, including the formation of 새마을 organizations by local residents. And also we try to promote the incorporation of 새마을 운동 into national policy and facilitate its self-sustaining expansion. So by doing so, we try to conduct a nationwide project based on 새마을 운동. And of course, there are some criteria to select the project. The first criteria is to prioritize the implementation of projects that have been long awaited by residents. And the second is to begin with easy and tangible projects. And third is to provide necessary material support at a minimal level. So we just provided financial support to purchase the material only. And also we try to select projects that benefit as many residents as possible. So for example, the village infrastructure improvement like that. And then, as I mentioned before, we have some seminars, conferences to strengthen the partnerships. And we try to expand the partnership with the SCGL members. And we wanted to have a high-level dialogues for national policy makers. And we are also trying to expand the regular international exchange and cooperation. So now I wanted to share some successful cases. The first one is that the Uganda case. So this project started in 2009, and it started from 2000. It was conducted from 2009 to 2014, and then this project conducted in 2 villages. And currently, there are over 260 self-reliant villages without any outside support. And from 2015 to 2019, the 6 village projects were conducted in a follow-up way. And from 2021 to 2015, the third phase of the project is underway in 7 villages. So in Uganda, they are conducting the self-reliant villages project, and then this project is coordinated by the Semaul Undong Center. And in Uganda, we try to change the mindset of the residents and increase the income levels and improve the village environment. And especially the Uganda government has a very positive opinions on this Uganda, this Semal Undong movement. So the Uganda government is currently implementing the PDM, parish districted model, that incorporates Semal Undong from 2022-2025. And also, the project is conducted to support to the 15,000 parishes, the villages. And also you can see that we provided this project with a total project budget of the 1.32 million won. And also there are many self-reliant villages in Uganda. So we try to utilize the NFLC to provide the educations to the leaders of the villages and the communities. And of course that the villagers, the residents had a very difficult situations. For example, poor infrastructures, including the roads, a house, and the living environment. So we need to improve the environment for the villagers. So these pilot villages project are conducted. So there is a very interesting story that Semaul Undong used the logo with a green color, and then there are some misunderstanding that the green color associated with the Semaul Undong is affiliated with a specific political party. So there are some hesitation of the residents to accept this Semaul Undong. And also furthermore, in some villages, some residents show some kind of the dishonesty, so that they misuse the communal funds sometimes. That's also difficult that to be overcome. And this slide shows that the directions of the Semal Undong in Uganda. So the Semal Undong is not a world-based movement, it's an actual movement. So that's why we try to encourage the local residents to participate in this Semal Undong. And this map shows that the district and the parish is conducting Semal Undong in Uganda. And also in terms of the education, we had invited the training, and now we are providing the on-site education and local training. And actually now you are doing that drinking water project or improvement of the houses and the road. And for income generation project, we are conducting the livestock banks project and rental housing. And this slide shows the some success and achievements of the Uganda Semaul Undong. The first one is that the participations of women increased and the youth, more and more youth participate in this Semaul Undong. And also the government has the interested in this Semaul Undong, and then the government support a financial grant to this Semaul Undong, and also the government announced that the integration of Semaul Undong into a national policy, PDM. And by thanks to this Semaul Undong, the water drinking system has increased, and also expansion of Semaul Undong. There are 352 self-reliant villages in Uganda. And there are some success factors of the Semaul Undong in Uganda. The first one is that the pilot villages in Uganda have had an impact on other villages, promoting the self-driven development of Semaul Undong. And also the Semaul Undong coordinators visited each villages and explain the villages and persuade them to participate in this Semaul Undong. And the very important factor for the success is the leaders. So the dedicated and hardworking Semaul leaders have contributed to significant growth in their villages. So that's why you have to think about how to nurture the leaders in terms of this Semaul Undong in other countries and other villages. And also we give us some motivations to the residents to join this Semaul Undong, and also we provided more enthusiasm to them. And if the leaders are passionate to developing their villages, this Semaul Undong is conducted in a very active way. And this one is that some photos of the actual cases, and you are able to compare before and after the project. In the past, the people use this pond to drink water, but nowadays we had some pump we installed some pumps to provide safe drinking water. And then this one is that the Kayangu Mira village, and then their specific product is a pineapple. And we try to increase that added value of this pineapple by conducting the drying project. And then this one is that drinking water project. As I mentioned before, we fill out this pond, and we install the pump and pipes to distribute this drinking water. And all local residents participate in this drinking water project. In terms of the agriculture, we are doing the pineapple cultivation project. Actually, they grow some rices, but they have some climate issues, so that they are usually cultivating the pineapple. So that we are doing the pineapple cultivation project. And also we are another project, that's the housing improvement project. So you are able to compare before and after this housing improvement project. And there are some limitations of the Uganda Semaul Undong. So I think that agriculture is a really big issue in Uganda in terms of the Semaul Undong. Actually, agricultural infrastructures is very low in Uganda, so that's why we need to improve the agricultural infrastructures to increase the income of local residents. And also we are able to have the synergy by doing so. And also it is very difficult to change the mindset of the local residents. So that's why we need to have a long-term perspective to provide the educations to the farmers. And also we have to think about the follow-up measures after these cases. And to this end, we need to cooperate with the local government as well. So that's why in the future we will have more discussions with Uganda leaders, and especially we will collaborate between provincial and municipal Semaul-Undong organizations and also other ODA agencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chang, for your presentation and the elaborate explanation about your activities at your center. So we so far had 3 presentations, and we will now move over to a general discussion session under the ways to improve ODA approaches for further contribution to food security. We are going to invite 8 discussants over to the stage, and ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a round of applause.
Thank you. So I wanted to introduce the discussant, and then when I introduce one by one, please give him a round of applause. First, Yoon Sun-hee, the director of WFP Korea office. Thank you. Ho Jang, researcher of Korea Rural Economic Institute. Robert Rudolph, professor of College of International Studies at Korea University. Martin Friesen, Director of Agriculture and Agro-Industry at AEFDB. And then the moderator of this discussion is Yo Un-gi, President of the Korea Africa Foundation. And now I'd like to turn my microphone to the moderator.
To Korea again. I am very pleased to preside this meaningful session. This K-Ricebelt Ministerial meeting is very, very useful and appropriate to the event which was held in Dakar in January. There was a Dakar 2 summit topic with the topic of the Feed Africa, the food sovereignty and resilience. So the food security is very important to every country in this world, particularly to Africa. There's still a lot of African people are suffering from this hunger problem. So the Republic of Korea would be very happy to cooperate with African countries in this field. Still, there are a lot of people who suffer from the hunger. According to the statistics, 828 million people are suffering from the hunger. in the world, and among these numbers, there are 249 million people are in the African continent. But when we think about the arable land in this world, 65% of this arable land is in the African continent. But still, African countries spend a lot of money to import the food from abroad. Unless we resolve this problem, the African development will be a very, very difficult task. So this issue is very important, and I'm very happy to deal with this issue today. And ahead of us, there are a lot of good presentations. And first of all, I would like to ask you some questions about the presentations to be done ahead of this start. Is there anybody to give some questions about the presentations? There's none. So the presentation was, oh yes, please, in the middle of the room. Please give him a microphone.
I'm the professor of the Handong University. So I visited Africa, and also I did researches on the rice in Nigeria, and also I met the tribe head of the Nigeria. I also had a good relationship with rural residents in Nigeria. And also we have many researchers who are conducting researches in Africa. So I invited the African researchers to my house, and I served meat, beef, and rice. But so many African visitors enjoy rice rather than beef. So I was a little bit surprised to see that. And also I recommend the Nigerian people to cultivate this Tongil variety, and also the nurture that variety of the corn. So actually, I think that research is so important. And then I met so many research teams from Taiwan, Japan, and USA. And I think that rice is a very important staple food of the Africa. So I think that Nigeria is a very important country in terms of the rice in Africa. So and also I had a relationship with the Philippines, the research center, and also the Nigeria Research Center had a good relationship with the Philippine Research Center to have researches on the rices. So we pushed some kind of the variety of the Korean rice. And the first one is that the Landrace, it's a local variety, and the Korean variety. And if we have a variety, if we have a diversity of this rye variety, we are able to control the pests. So that's why I think that the diversity of this variety is very important. So I really hope that this K-Ricebelt will be successful. But to guarantee the success, I think that this K-Ricebelt shall be sustainable. To this end, I really hope that we are able to encourage the African people to make researches on their own local variety and develop their own variety. So sustainability is so important. And actually the Central Africa and also the Eastern Africa is a lowland, but the other areas are the highland, or some African countries are the mountainous countries. So there are a huge variety of the landscape in Africa. So we provide the different varieties to different countries depending on the climate and then the landscape. So I really hope that really hope that exchanges between researchers are so important. And I believe that Korean RDA is so important in some of these rice researches. So I think that we need to make scientific approaches through the scientific researches between Korean people and African people to develop the variety of the rices suitable to their own land and climate conditions. And also, I think that we need to encourage more African people to have a resilience in this
Thank
kind
you.
of the development.
Thank you very much, Chief Sun-Kwon Kim. 김 박사님 감사합니다. 사실 김 박사님이 이 자리에 올라오셔서 발표를 하시고 진행하시면 딱 좋았을 텐데. Dr. Kim is very famous as a doctor of the corn in Africa, and he is also, as he said, he was elected as the chief of some towns. So he is very creative and very honorable researcher and farmer in Africa, and also he's very famous to Korea. Please give him applause again, please. 감사합니다. 좋은 말씀 잘 들었고요. 농진청에서는 아마 이 다음 세션에 아마 여기 토론자로 오신 것 같아요. 아마 그때도 한 말씀 해주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. So, is there any other people, any other person to raise the question for the presentations which was done before? All right, so we don't have much time, so let's proceed our session. So firstly, I'd like to ask some our discussants to give some opinions about how the Korea ODA can contribute to implement the actions which was planned from the Dakar 2 summit in January. So please, Ms. Son Hee-yoon, can you take a profile?
Thank you very much, President, and good afternoon to everyone in the room. Really, it's a privilege to be here. And let me start by extending my sincere gratitude and congratulations to the Ministry of Agriculture for this meaningful event and this conversation. So the question has been really around the Dakar 2 summit and the declaration that I guess some of you may be familiar with and others may be less familiar with. But really, not to go into too much detail, but the summit and other similar occasions have seen an increasing call for more solutions that can help Africa, but not just Africa, but really, if you're looking at Africa, how the community could help not just increase production, but to do it sustainably and to do it in a way that is climate friendly and also taking a more systems approach. And all of these are because one-off solutions are never going to solve the issue around hunger. And SDG 2 is a very complex goal that requires, at the very least, a systems approach that brings together integrated interventions that are implemented holistically. So lots of different terminologies here, but when we look at Africa, and it was already mentioned that the scale of hunger at the moment we've never seen the scale of hunger that we see today. 1 in every 10 person is hungry. That is something that should not be acceptable in today's world. And so when we look at Africa, where there is actually hunger there are more people who are hungry in Asia, but the rate of the growth of hunger is the fastest in Africa. And so when you look at Africa as a region, as a continent, I think the Dakar 2 summit has really focused on the need to diversify food production, not just increase. And really, as I said, how do you unleash the potential of agriculture in Africa? And there are many ways of doing this, and none of them are easy. But I think the emphasis that the Dakar 2 summit has brought up, has reinforced is, again, that systems approach. You cannot just deal with one part of the value chain. In order to find a sustainable solution for hunger, for addressing food insecurity in Africa and elsewhere, it really needs to be throughout the whole value chain, from production all the way down to consumption and everything that falls in between, processing, handling, manufacturing, etc., etc. And so, so the systems approach is one thing that I think is very important. The other thing is harnessing the potential of Africa. We heard that most of the arable land that is free today, most of it is in Africa. And we also heard earlier that 60%, more than 60% of Africa's population is under the age of 30, 35. Very young population, very important. The contribution of the agriculture sector being very important, it makes sense for us to look at harnessing Africa's potential in this sector, in rural development, in agriculture, productivity. And here it's also about bringing in infrastructure. It's coming up with climate smart systems and solutions, because in today's world, unfortunately, climate crisis is a reality. And really looking along the whole way, really emphasizing again and again the importance of the private sector, without which there will be no durable solution, only temporary solutions and results. I think I will stop there, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you very much. She mentioned very important issues, so-called value chain, which is very important, no less than the production. Process also important, and also manufacturing, and also reserving, and transportation. It's very, very important in the production of agricultural producing. And but I would like to raise some different issues after some opinions we heard from the experts on this forum. Please give your some opinions or comments about the presentations from Dr. Ho. You go first. Yeah.
Thank you very much. If you allow, I'd like to give my comment in Korean language. 예, 감사합니다. 우리나라가 이제 아프리카에 대한 관심이 점점 이제 늘어나고는 있습니다만은 다른 아시아 지역이라든지 이런 데 비해서는 사실 아프리카는 우리나라에 있어서는 좀 생소한 그런 지역이라고 할 수 있죠. 최근에 이제 관심이 많이 늘어나고 있지만은 그런 것은 숫자로 나타나는데 2023년도 아프리카에 대한 그 ODA 지원은 전체의 20%가 되지 않습니다. 19.4%라고 나와 있고요.
4%
내년도
of the total ODA
2024년도에 대한
budget.
아프리카
But
지원
in
ODA 지원은 오히려 좀 그
2023,
비중이
the
줄어들 것으로 예상이
portion
되는데
of the ODA budget for
17.7%라고 나와
Africa
있더라고요.
will be maybe
내년도 ODA
17.4%.
예산이 지금 7조
It
가까이
will be decreased.
늘어나기 때문에
So actually, next
비주
year,
아프리카에 대한 이제
our
지원도
ODA
물론
budget
늘어나겠지만 그
is
비중은
maybe
아직은
the
그렇게 높지 않다.
7
특히
trillion won.
유럽이라든지 다른
So
나라들, 다른
the
선진 도너들에 비해서는
amount of the
아프리카에 대한
ODA
그 ODA
budget for
지원이 그렇게
Africa
많지는 않은
would
편이기
increase.
때문에
However, the
좀
ratio,
이
the
부분에
rate
대한
of the
비중을 높일
ODA
필요가 있다라는
maybe
말씀을 먼저
is
드리고,
still
특히
lagging
근데
behind in
농식품
Africa
우리나라
compared to other
농식품부는
countries. And
오히려 이
actually,
아프리카에
MAFRA
대한 지원 비중이 꽤 높습니다. 거의 제가
has a
보니까
lot of
발표 자료에
interest
보면은
in Africa,
한
and also
48% 2022년도의 경우에
the
그래서 꽤
ODA
높은
budget
편인데
for
아무튼 우리나라 전
Africa by MAFRA is about 48%. So anyhow, I think that we need to increase that more budget to African ODA project. By doing so, we are able to become the global pivot country. So actually, the ODA is given to the developing countries, including Asia and Africa, of course. So I still believe that we need to increase that more ODA budget to Africa. And if you visit Africa, you understand that Africa is not unique. I mean that Africa is very diverse. So the Africa consists of the 54 or 55 countries. And so it is a continent. It is not a one block or the one country. So that's why in order to provide the ODA, we need to have a very diverse approaches to support them. And until now, we supported Ethiopia a lot, and then we supported Ghana, Mozambique, and Uganda. But I think that in terms of the ODA recipient countries, we need to diversify. In terms of the K-Ricebelt, I think that it is very meaningful because that so many people join this K-Ricebelt, and also I believe that this K-Ricebelt will be the turning point of the ODA budget implementation of MAFRA and other government agencies. And actually, in terms of the rice, the production, consumption are very important. I mean that the value chain from production to consumption is so important, and then this value chain shall be developed in a very systematic way. So I think that we need to increase that value chain of this rice production to consumption based on this K-Ricebelt. So I think that the K-Ricebelt is a very important starting point to increase the value chain of the rice production and consumption in Africa. And also, we plan to provide the varieties of the seeds to farmers, and then they actually cultivate them. But you know that the farmers are very conservative, so they stick to their existing knowledge and then their existing know-how, and they don't usually they hesitated to accept the new technology. So in terms of the distribution and the production, I believe that the education is so important. So to approach them, I think that we need to educate the leaders of each community, and then we need to cooperate with the local governments. So the leaders are so important in implementation of this project. And the Semal Undong is very important in Africa ODA projects. And then Semal Undong related to the rural development and the leaders cultivation. So I think that this K-Ricebelt project must go hand in hand with rural development like Semal Undong. So as proposed by Chang, the project manager of the Semal Undong Center, and I recommend that this rice belt project must connect it with the village improvement project. And I think that many people have interested in this K-Ricebelt project, and the increases are still increasing. And also, I think that the Semal Undong Center and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and other relevant government agencies must cooperate to conduct this project. In 2006 and 2007, I started to conduct the ODA project with MAFRA. Back then, the ODA budget is about 500 million, but this year it is the 10 billion one, and I think that next year this budget will increase more. So I think that MAFRA will have play a more important role in this ODA projects in the future. So this kind of the ODA project shall be conducted by the government-wide rather than only one agency. So thank you.
Sorry, Dr. Howard, thank you. I absolutely
화장
agree
박사님
your opinion,
감사합니다.
and
저도
particularly about this request to increase of the ODA to Africa. I have served as the ambassador to Ghana before, and then I felt that our ODA to Africa is quite small to compare to other countries. And also in terms of the portion of the ODA which provided to other countries, the portion for the Africa is still very minimal. Most of you see the presentation, the most of our ODA to go to the Asia region, and also quite number of portion is going to Africa, but still it's not enough. When you consider our experiences in the past, as a country boy myself, I was born in the rural area, and when I was very young little boy, still there was a hunger around our town. But we overcame these difficulties in the last 5 decades or 60 decades. So we have very good practices and a lot of experiences to overcome the hunger, famine problems. So Africa needs our cooperation. So in terms of this argument, I'd like to ask the Korean government to increase the ODA to Africa. Okay, and next we have the Professor Robert Rudolph from the Korea University. I would like to ask him his opinion about the Korean ODA to Africa in the eyes of the foreigners. Yes, please.
No, okay. Yes, so thank you for inviting me. It's my pleasure to be here. And I also congratulate the Korean government for all the engagement and the increasing aid, especially also more and more to Africa. I think the K-Ricebelt initiative is a really good initiative. When I came, now please everyone here in this room who's from Africa, please listen for a moment, because this is really something I want to share with you. When I came to Korea the first time, like 2010, and I was a student in development economics from Germany. I came here. I was fascinated by the Korean economic development. I wanted to study this a bit more. And I was fascinated by the fact that Korea had very low inequality, income inequality. And then I asked myself, how can that be? You know, traditional Korea was also like a feudal society with the large landlords who owned almost everything, and then the poor people who owned nothing, right? So I came here to Korea and studied about the Korean land reform when I came here, around 1950, yeah? And that is something that you usually don't learn so much. Korea should actually talk much more about this. This was very important as a setting stone for the later Korean economic development. So what happened around 1950 was actually a huge redistribution of land ownership. More than 50% of all cultivated land in Korea found a new owner within only 3 or 4 years. And that was initiated actually by the Americans, can you believe? Like an almost communist type of reform, social revolution, initiated by the American military government. Why? Because North Korea had just carried out a land reform, and there were like communist kind of like tendencies among these landless, land-poor farmers in South Korea. And they wanted to prevent Korea to be taken over by the communists. So the Americans said, okay, in order to prevent that, we also carry out a land reform. And that's what they did. Interestingly, that was not only done in South Korea, but also in Taiwan. Of course, China, Vietnam, they were communists, they carried out these land reforms too. So until today, you find very few farmers in these East Asian countries who own no land. Yeah? So everyone owns land, almost everyone. But you look at Latin America, you look at Sub-Saharan Africa, you look at South Asia, you have 30 to 40% of people who work on the farms who don't own any own land. So this is a very important point actually to think about. If you have so high landlessness, those are then tenants who work on other people's land, they have to give half of the produce, half of the harvest to the landlord, they can only keep half of it. Yeah? After the Korean land reform, this all changed. Yeah? The sharecropping changed, everyone became an owner. Okay, I can keep 100% of my produce, 100% of my harvest. I have much more money now. I can invest more into my own land. I can invest into my kids, their education. And Korea suddenly became a society with a large middle class. And that's the story I want to share with you because I think it's super important. I know carrying out a land reform successfully is super difficult. And you need a really like high quality government to do that. Yeah? So Korea had a really effective, efficient government at that time, was able to carry this out. There have been tries in Zimbabwe, in South Africa, and they mainly failed about it, right? They did not really succeed. But thinking about how to ensure that landless farmers receive their own plot to cultivate on, give them a little bit of land, that would be very important from my perspective to actually become a more equal society and to ensure that those people are able to invest into their own land, are able to also invest into their children and so on. Yeah? So that's actually the main story I want to share here. And we have more discussions, maybe I can say later more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good point, which I forgot. And next we will have Mr. Martin Frigin from AFDB. Your journey a long way. How do you see the Korea ODA in agricultural area to Africa, and how we can connect this effort to your effort related to this Dakar 2 summit?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'd like to begin by thanking the government of Korea, Minister Chung, for organizing this K-Ricebelt meeting and for their investments in Africa. So Dakar 2 was essentially about how do you help African countries bridge the supply gap in food production. We saw with COVID-19 and we also saw with the war in Ukraine that even when you have money, sometimes you cannot even buy food because the global supply chains have been disrupted. So Dakar 2, that was attended by 34 heads of state, 75 ministers, it was co-hosted by African Development Bank and the government of Senegal, was to primarily, for each country, define what are the targets for the key staple crops. Then secondly, define a detailed plan to bridge that target. That detailed plan will include what are the best technologies, who are the key private sector players, and then also what's the cost of that plan. And then thirdly, it was time bound. Dakar 2, all the plans that were drawn up in Dakar 2 is for 5 years, no more. And then lastly, accountability. How do you hold countries who receive support accountable? You see, there is what we call the triangle of agricultural transformation. Technologies as one side of the triangle. The second side of the triangle is policy reforms. You want to create a level playing field for the private sector. And then the third side of the triangle is political will. So Dakar 2 was going to mobilize political will, mobilize finance, and also mobilize policy reforms to achieve Dakar 2. At the end of the conference, $72 billion was pledged by different people. We, the African Development Bank, we pledged $10 billion. And we're going to use that $10 billion to help countries like Tanzania with wheat and oil seeds and horticulture and young people. Also, we have a regional West African rice development project, 15 countries, the same package of production technologies, and also irrigation infrastructure, and supply chain development. Then in DRC, Angola, so we already have a pipeline of projects that would like to invest. But coming to your question, how can Korean ODA, support Africa as it strives to achieve the objective of Dakar 2? I have 4 things I'd like to say about that. Number 1, Korea ODA should identify who are the best intermediary institutions. When I mean intermediary institutions, they are institutions that integrates all key partners, the public sector, the private sector, multilateral development banks, the NGOs, the CSO. A good example is the Agricultural Transformation Agency of Ethiopia. I'm sure you all know it very well. This agency started by doing a soil test of the whole country, then by investing $1 billion in blending plants to upgrade fertilizer recommendations so that the exact nutrients were delivered to the precise soil for the exact crop. And that really helped to double productivity in Ethiopia. The Agricultural Transformation Agency of Ethiopia is an integrator. So the ODA, you need to identify integrators if you're really going to make big impact. Secondly, is provide support for loans from the multilateral development banks. For example, we at the African Development Bank are going to spend $500 million in West Africa, in 15 countries, to help them develop irrigation schemes, to help them develop infrastructure, rural roads, and also storage to help boost rice production. The rice belt can actually help in designing those projects. You can use Korean expertise, Korean knowledge to help the design. So you need to integrate very, very close. It's very important because the multilateral development banks often have a lot of money, but quality at entry of those projects matters. If you design a poor project, you get poor results. And then thirdly, it's important to start early. Engage early with these banks, engage early with other partners when you are designing and when they are designing at a very early stage, so that you can make the most of your investment. And then lastly, I think it's good to take a value chain approach. Production is great, but I used to live in Latin America, and there's a very interesting saying there. The best fertilizer for a crop is a market. If you really want to develop a crop, identify a market that would drive everything. So I really think that it's also very important to take a value chain approach. Production linked to value addition, linked to marketing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Frisian. Now I would like to give the audiences the chance to raise the question or comments to those panelists in this stage. Anybody? Nobody? Nobody. Oh, yes, in the middle of the room.
Thank you very much. I have traveled to Korea from Senegal after 23 hours of flight. As we are
죄송하지만
discussing
처음 말씀해 주시면.
the ODAs, where you are from? I am a project manager, An Jin-kwan, of Koika project in Senegal. When we talk about agriculture development and rural development, I believe these two are the important pillars of our ODA projects. So agriculture development is about production, and rural development is about the life quality improvement. And so the ODAs have two-pronged approach. As Dr. Kwon Seung-kwan has mentioned earlier on, if you actually go out to the field, our discussions may face some hurdles if you think about how situations are like in the field. For example, in Senegal, the rice paddies and rice productions are being cultivated and harvested across 400,000 hectares, and that will be enough to provide of 100 kilograms of rice to individuals in Senegal. However, they import about 800,000 up to 100,000 tons of rice annually. That is because of the lack of arid or aridable land, and they have small farms. I believe that the K-Ricebelt project is themed around the production of rice, the creation of value chains centered around rice production, and the strengthening of value chains to address the issue of hunger in African countries. I believe these are the keywords of the Yoon administration's policies. And so for RDA to implement those plans, seeds variants, having the good seeds variants would be very important. And I was waiting for the RDA to make a presentation about what kind of seeds would be suitable for the African countries, taking into account their unique landscape and the quality of land. So I expect to hear more about the seeds stories in the future, and I hope that today's K-Belt meeting will be the opportunity to further solidify our efforts going forward. And my suggestion for our next meeting is, well, of course, it's important that we have a meeting in Korea by inviting countries in the western part of Africa, including Senegal, Guinea, Gambia, and Guinea-Bissau. And then at the same time, I believe that it's also important that we make ourselves available out there in the field to make sure that the projects are going to reap good success in 5 years. Otherwise, we're going to run into a number of challenges. So I would like to urge you to have a control
네,
system out there in the
감사합니다. 좋은
field in
의견
African
감사드리고
countries.
제가
Thank you very
알기로는
much.
종자 개량, 그러니까 아프리카
So
환경에
the
맞는
seeds
그
improvement
개발하는 종자
and
개량
then the
사업 계속
seeds
진행되고
suitable
있는
to
걸로
the
알고
African
있습니다.
conditions, those processes are underway. As long as I know, those kind of the project is conducted in Ghana, and of course that the MAFRA support this kind of the programs to develop that the seeds suitable to the African countries. And I think that these technology issues will be covered by the second session of this seminar.
Is there anybody to raise the question?
I actually have a question about the long-term view of the Rice Belt project. So I read in the documents that basically Korea is also, well, will be providing the agricultural inputs and also the machinery that is needed for this whole project. However, in the long run, we want to have the countries to be self-sustainable, right, and self-sufficient in those things. So, are there any thoughts about long-run strategies? Because Korea in the 1960s, Park Chung-hee government and so on, they just said, okay, we have to build our own fertilizer, production. And we cannot deliver fertilizer all the time and import them always to Africa, right? I mean, need to be produced locally, things like that. Are there any plans how Korea can assist in making the countries more self-sufficient in those respects?
Anybody to make answer this question from the ministry?
I think the next presenter, Director Jung Young-ho from the Ministry of Agriculture, will touch on that kind of topic. Is it true? Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Just be patient. Yeah, Ambassador MAFRA, my good friend. Amira, yeah, go ahead. Microphone.
Various types of rice cultivated in South Korea. So in Sudan, we cultivated two types, and it proved to be with high productivity. So I wonder here, what type of rice Korea are just cultivating in Africa? Do they do researches, or do they select such type of rice? And even what about just giving people, a chance to have such new type of food processing, like the flour rice, which started to be produced in South Korea. So even if they can transfer this technology to Africa, this would be great. Thank you.
You give a very good and difficult question. As I said, there are a lot of experiments and tests in the research of the proper seeds to African soil. So I think I'm not the technician or experts to develop the seeds, but I believe that there will be a very proper kinds of seeds will be developed in Africa. Regardless it's a long grain or a short grain or the middle grain. So maybe you can raise this issue again in the next session. All right. Any question? Any more questions? Oh, sorry, Ambassador MAFRA.
Thank you, Excellency. Mine is not a question, but acknowledgement and comment. First, when I was following the presentation, I was so happy to learn that there's a shift. There's a shift of attention from providing food aid to Africa to think of more of a program approach, the K-Rice, which we have received very well. I think it's a very good start for this shift, first of all. But second, of course, Tanzania is beneficiary of this aid. Last year, through the program called Kafasi, we managed to develop a new variety of rice with Tanzania Research Institution. We call it TARI. TARI is Tanzania Research Institution. So we have a new variety called TARI. We developed last year, and now it's tested on the ground. So we commend that as well. But on the comment, I think, Madam, you raised a very important point regarding system approach and being comprehensive. And I want to comment on that, adding on that, in terms of the value chain, because I see a risk that when we try to address the food security in Africa, tendency is to go to those countries, looking to those countries which are food stressed, and which makes a lot of sense, right? But the food systems goes beyond that. I won't mention a country, but to say, for instance, we may put more focus on certain countries, but my country, Tanzania, for instance, looks relatively better in terms of food production, right? But in terms of food system, most of this food that we produce end up in the neighboring countries, right? So if we don't look at the food system and seeing a value chain, regional sort of a value chain approach, we may think of you're probably helping a food-stressed country, but relatively there's another country which is not food stressed, but because of the food systems, they have facing the same kind of challenges because the food is not ready. I was giving an example when we were in the table this afternoon that we are producing rice. In terms of the rice production, we're actually over and above the current demand, right? But most of this rice end up outside our country, and then we end up importing rice from another country to Tanzania to fill the gap again. So it's a question of food system as well need to be taken beyond looking at the geography or climate, something like that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador MAFRA. Yeah, yes.
My name is Yang Song. I'm a professor teaching agricultural economics at Chungbuk National University, and I will be presiding the second session of this meeting. And I would like to answer to your question first. Of course, we tested we bring the Korean rice to Africa, and we tested for the adaptation, of course, and we developed a new variety that can adapt to African countries for easily. Okay, and I also agree with you, totally agree with you, because this is this K-Ricebelt support 7 projects in 7 countries for now, and for just seed production and distribution only. That's the scope of this K-Ricebelt for now. But depending on the performance.
Professor Song,
yes.
sorry, I interrupt you. They asked me to finish as soon as possible.
Sure.
So it's already started the second session too.
Yeah, because
so he will continue the second.
So basically,
session.
Depending on the outcome of this pilot program. Now, this is a program, not project. And then the cooperation level of the partner countries, we can expand to other countries like Sudan or Tanzania, and also we can expand this to that's my hope. Okay, to upstream value chains like rice production, processing, and storage, and even marketing. We have planned for that, but it will depend on the performance and the outcome of this pilot program now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Song. Thank you very much. And now we are time constrained, and so we need to finish here and for the next session. Thank you very much for your presence and all the panelists here. You have something to say? All right, Mr. Kim.
예, 오늘 말씀 주신 거에 대해서 그래도
So thank you for your comments, and also I wanted to make some comments on the panelist opinions. So actually private participation and the systemic approaches to the value chain are required, and I totally agree those kind of the comments provided by the Ms. Yoon. And also the Hosang, the researcher, mentioned that the portion of the African ODA is decreasing decreasing. But as you know well, that actually ODA budget is increased next year. The portion is a little bit decreasing. However, the amount of the ODA is increasing. Actually, this year ODA budget for Africa is about 700 million, and also the next year it will be almost to the 1 trillion won. And actually, the reason why the portion and the ratio is decreasing is that emergency rescue fund. And this emergency rescue fund, including the support for the food insecurity, is about 1 trillion won. And also, the Professor Rudolph make a very good comments. And of course, that institutional support or the support of the agricultural machines and others. And as I mentioned before, we are developing the integrated strategy for the agricultural ODA in Africa, and also we are cooperating with other agencies to provide it, the other agricultural support. And also in terms of the micro fund or those kind of the recommendations will be reflected to the government policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of Seminar 1. I once again thank all 8 discussants. We're going to take a 10-minute break and then we'll move to the second seminar. It is now 4:01 on my clock, and we will break for 10 minutes. I'll see you back in 10 minutes.
The topic of the second session is the identification of cooperation plans for K-Ricebelt project. And the first speaker is Jong Young-ho, manager of the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs. And he will share the implementation plan for the K-Ricebelt project in Africa. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Good afternoon. I'm Jong Young-ho, in charge of international cooperation from the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs. I'm also leading the project for the MOU signing event, and the Rice Belt is one of the projects under my team's work scope. So today I would like to talk about the implementation plan for the K-Ricebelt project in Africa. First of all, before even talking about the Rice Belt, I would like to talk about the strategies for the Korean agriculture ODA projects. And I would then move over to the plan for the implementation of K-Ricebelt project. First, when we look at the implementation strategies for agriculture ODA projects, there was a presentation from the Office of Government Policy. And as you understand, we have the national level strategy, which are serving as the framework, overall framework, and our agriculture department's policy is in line with the national plan. So we first want to make sure that our ODA projects will contribute to the sustainable goals of the global community, including food security, as well as the human rights. And so we would like to pursue ODAs that are in line with the SDG goals of the United Nations. So strategy 1 is the implementation of strategic agriculture ODA to raise the national profile of Korea. Second is the brand, expanding the ODA projects using the strength of Korean agriculture. Third is the contribution to the global food security through international cooperation. And finally, we would like to make sure that we promote the private cooperation and continue to build capacity. And so these are 4 strategic directions for our agriculture ODA projects. So Korea aims to establish cooperation systems amongst ODA agencies. We also aim to accumulate expertise in agriculture ODA projects and to establish a solid management system on the ground. So let's take a look at the details of the first strategy, which is the implementation of strategic agriculture ODA to raise the national profile of Korea. And I believe that increasing the size of the ODA is important. The ODA of the Korean government is increasing, and especially if you take a look at the ODA for the agriculture sector, we aim to increase the size of ODA into the agriculture sector 2 times by 2027. And at the country level, we have ODAs going to Africa, CIS and Middle East, Southeast Asia, and Latin American countries. And we have differentiated strategies for each region in order to maximize the efficiency. And so increasing the size of ODA and increasing the efficiency of ODA would be critical for the strategy 1. And in each region, we have identified different areas of mutual cooperation, and each region actually presents different areas of potential mutual cooperation. For example, in Africa, we are working on the production the increase of productivity of the rice production, as well as agro-machinery cooperation. And now if you take a look at the Southeast Asia, Middle East, and CIS, we're focused on the projects of smart farm as a part of our ODA projects. And also for the Southeast Asia, we are working together with them to establish a data management system to digitize the agriculture segment of Southeast Asian countries. And over to the Latin American countries, we are working to manage the impact of global climate change, as well as the restoration of the capacity of the agriculture sector. And to make sure that our ODAs are strategically conducted in different regions, it is important that we understand the needs of each region. And we also need to combine our ODA targets together with the diplomatic activities and diplomatic level of cooperation in each region. Strategy 2 is about the expansion of ODA projects. We would like to create a brand of our ODA and would like to create a package of ODA projects. Now, why do we need a brand for our ODA projects? We have been conducting ODAs over the years, and a lot of ODAs were conducted in a small scale and on a one-term basis, one-off basis. And so we believe that in order to make sure that our ODAs are becoming more effective, we need to create a brand of our ODA which requires accurate understanding and assessment of the needs of each recipient country. And these needs and demands can be analyzed to be matched against the strength and differentiating competitive advantage or edge that Korea may have or may be able to offer to these recipient countries. These approaches are likely to increase successes for our ODA projects. And a lot of challenges that we have discussed so far, or the difficulties that were raised so far, was the lack of continuity or sustainability of one-off based ODA projects. And therefore, we would like to focus on the ways to continue the ODA projects and to connect existing ODA projects together with newly proposed ODA projects to make sure that the outcomes of the previous ODA efforts are sustainable and are going on a continuous basis. And as I've mentioned earlier on, the Korean agriculture sector has different competitive edge or strengths that could be matched to different regions. For example, when we want to work with African countries, it could be about rice based upon the K-Rice project. And in Southeast Asian countries, it will be K-Digital Innovation, as well as the Smart Farm project and rural area development and forest restoration of the forest. So these are some of the leading brands that we are currently focusing on with our ODA projects. Next, strategy number 3 is about the contribution, our contribution to the global food security through international cooperation. Our goal is to increase our ODA continuously, and in 2023, our food assistance is about 50,000 tons, but we aim to increase it over to 100,000 tons in 2024 to address food issues and food stress in the global community. So the doubling of our ODA assistance is an important part of the government policy agenda. So the Korean government will continue to work with countries that are suffering from food shortage and food stress. And next year will mark the earnest beginning of aggressive investment to address food scarcity in these regions. And also, underneath Strategy 3, we also want to create a more systematic approach and cooperation system by linking our efforts together with the efforts of international organizations. For example, what we are working on this year is to lay the legal foundation for ODA. We have designated a specialized ODA agency so that the agency can focus on multilateral or bilateral specialized ODA activities. And so the Senate, the Korean National Assembly's Judicial Committee is now reviewing the bills to create a designated ODA special agency. And once the bill passes the National Assembly's Review Committee, we will be able to have a more structured leadership for our ODA under that new agency next year. And finally, we are continuously working with international organizations, including FAO, WFP, and IFAR, and AFDB, so that we can have a more structured partnership and communication. And these efforts have been continuously ongoing. And as you understand, RDA is continuously taking the leadership in the 3 FATSI centered around Asia, Africa, and Latin American countries. And we will continue to expand COPIA centers in these regions. Strategy number 4 of our ODA project is to make sure that we continue to promote private cooperation and build our capacity. We're now doing a lot of efforts to identify more ODA opportunities by communicating with private sectors. We are, as a part of this effort, working with agro-machinery companies and are continuously providing consulting services to companies in the private sector so that they can go out to the overseas regions to make more investment. For overseas projects and creating partnerships with farmers or agro-machinery cooperatives are some of the opportunities that we are continuously digging into to create a link between the Korean counterparts and African counterparts. And so these, I believe, will continue to lay the foundation for our continuous cooperation between private sectors. Now, let me talk about the second part of my presentation, which is about the K-Ricebelt in Africa. As you understand, we create strategies, and these strategies have been studiously implemented under the K-Ricebelt project. And I'm very happy to see that the strategies for the K-Ricebelt project have been successfully implemented over the years. As you understand, the rice consumption is continuously increasing in African countries by more than 6% annually, but it does not meet up the production does not catch up with the consumption. And so a lot of African countries are depending upon the importation of rice. And so the Korean experiences of overcoming rice shortage and the increase of the rice production to overcome food shortage and to ensure food security could be something that we can share effectively with these African countries. And so if you take a look at the sub-Saharan African countries, including the 7 countries on the map, together with the project on Guinea-Bissau, we will, in the initial stage, focus on these 8 countries for the K-Ricebelt project. These are the pictures that you saw in the theme video earlier on. And so again, our target is from the year 2024, continue to increase the ODA. And I believe that by 2027, the project aims to produce 10,000 tons of rice seeds to help feed about 30 million people every year. So the establishment of rice seed production complexes and infrastructure is one part of our goals to produce stable rice seeds variants. We believe that it's important that we construct a production complexes and valleys that are equipped with necessary infrastructure to improve productivity. So the efforts have to be focused on the establishment of the production complexes. And secondly, it's important that we provide technical support through the COPIA and RDA so that high-yielding and high-quality rice seeds can take firm roots in African countries. And finally, these projects are to help the farmers to gain more benefits more profits through these projects. And so the improvement of their profitability via the increased rice productivity would be another important goals of the project. Now, number 3 talks about the specific implementation plan for K-Ricebelt. As you understand, 2023 saw the beginning of the test projects around 300-hectare areas in African regions. Our goal is to increase the size of the land, including the rice seeds production complex up to 516 hectares by 2025. And let me ask for your understanding, as these numbers allocated for each country may fluctuate or change over time, but these are initial targets for each country. Specifically about the establishment of production complexes, my department under the MAFRA will take the leadership in securing land owned by governments. So we will work with individual governments to secure attractive lands for the production of secure seeds and for the introduction of agro-machineries for these lands. Land arrangement is one part of the implementation plan. And secondly, as you understand, irrigation channel and drainage, which is currently a pain point for African countries, will be also the target for us when we are implementing the K-Ricebelt plans. And thirdly, we are thinking about expanding the farming connection roads. So again, land acquisition, infrastructure for the lands will be the key activities for the production complexes and infrastructure. On need basis, we can also work on the pumping station technologies and supply of electricity. We have been having discussions with 7 participating countries over the past few phases. Next, let me talk about the high-yielding and high-quality seeds production. This theme has been emphasized many times already in this forum, and Kapachi has been doing a number of researches for the rice seeds, and each country may prefer different types of seeds. So our target is to make sure that each country would be getting the seeds that are most suitable for their own soil conditions. As long as the lands are firmly secured, and as long as the size of the land increases, we plan to increase the variance of seeds to be planted on these lands. And these are the target numbers for each country. There is slight variation depending between the different participants, but you will see that ballpark numbers are roughly similar to each other. And next one is the research activities led by Kafachi and the breeder's seeds basic plan, foundation seed, and certified seeds production led by Copia. And so these seeds are stored in Copia centers located in each country or in the designated facilities by each government. Next, let me also touch upon the distribution of quality rice seeds to farms. This is the area that merits far more discussions going forward. And I wish that we continue our discussions for better distribution of quality rice seeds to each farm in collaboration with 8 countries. Our basic goal is to provide the distribution system that is tailored to local conditions in consultation with the participating countries. So now we are focusing our internal review capacity over to the distribution capacity and distribution plan for each country. So at the moment, we are working on a five-year plan for the distribution of quality seeds. And the contents of each country are slightly different from each other because each government stands at a different position and each country has a different environment. So some countries may distribute seeds under the leadership of the government, leadership of the private sector, or the leadership of international agencies, UN agencies, or farmers' cooperatives. And I think who is going to take the leadership in terms of distribution of quality rice seeds will depend on the environment and conditions of each country. And so either the government or international, if you take a look at the countries like Kenya, Uganda, Cameroon, Guinea, Senegal, these are the areas where the governments or international organizations are taking the leadership in the rice seeds distribution as opposed to the leadership of the private sector. And this means that probably in these regions, K-Ricebelt seeds are likely to be distributed in the similar manner. On the other hand, if you take a look at the countries where the private sector has the leadership in the distribution of rice, those are likely to be Gambia and Ghana. And therefore, even in the future, I believe that private sectors are likely to play a bigger role for the K-rice seeds distribution in these countries. But the details are up in the air, and we are still under the discussions to determine the details. And we will continue to consult with participating countries to make more concrete plans. Finally, let me talk about the future of the K-Ricebelt project, the strength of the project, and the current system through which the K-Ricebelt project is implemented. As you understand, first of all, a number of agencies are collaborating in the K-Ricebelt project. There was a separate present. You earlier mentioned that RDA needs to take a more active role, and actually, from the beginning of this year up until now, there have been a number of discussions, business travels, and negotiations under the leadership of MAFRA, participated by RDA, KRC, and KREI. And other related agencies in the agriculture sector will still be able to find a room for their participation. And that is our plan as well. We did not have large number of projects that necessitated this level of cooperation in the past, but K-Ricebelt will require concurrent cooperations from different agencies within a short period of time. So I got the impression that the amount of preparation that we have been making so far would be worthy of the investment over multiple years, spanning multiple years. And secondly, although the name of the project is Rice Belt, it does not only refer to rice seeds. It includes agro machinery projects and relevant agro equipments and agro input materials. So all these elements of cooperation need to work together in a seamless, harmonious manner to create more synergistic effect. And I expect that we will enjoy more synergistic effect in the future. And the cooperation between Korea and participating countries will take a big leap forward from the exchanges of MOU. Luckily, we have a very good online meeting environment, although they may have their own set of limits. But we were lucky to have a number of discussions over the internet. And so, based upon the cooperations and mutual exchanges of opinions, our project of K-Ricebelt have been continuously going on. And we're not going to stop here. We will continue to collect feedback about our project, and we will revisit and assess our achievements. I believe today's meeting is also in line with and an extension of such efforts. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director Chung Yong-ho, about your presentation on the policies of K-Ricebelt.
Now I'd like to invite the next speaker, Im Hyung-jun, Director of WFP Guinea Office, and he will present the cases of K-Ricebelt in Africa. Please welcome him with a big hand. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Im Hyung-jun, working at the WFP Guinea office. In Guinea, hunger is a reality. So many people cannot have a meal once a day. In Guinea, there is a proverb saying that hunger is every day's reality in Guinea. And especially in Guinea, there is that spring poverty season. And actually, the people go to the mountain to pick up the fruits or some pick up the springs of the trees. And then sometimes the children were hurt. And in Guinea, the mutual and the fertility rate of the baby was the highest in the world. And also, Guinea has a lot of resources. But Guinea also has a lot of bauxite. And then Guinea ranks the first in terms of the bauxite reservoir in the world. But they are facing famine. And also the food shortage gets more and more serious. So according to this slide, you can see that vulnerability increased 3 times from 2021 to 2022. So for the last 6 years, the famine population increased exponentially. And this graph shows us that the lean season and the normal season. So you can see that the comparison between normal season and lean season. And during season, so many people face hunger. And if we compare the 2021 and 2022, so you can see that the food shortage is increasing, even though it is the normal season. And then among the population in Guinea, and those people in red area suffer from the highest hunger in Guinea. For example, compared to the Guinea-Bissau and also the other countries, so the Guinea suffer from the lean season. And the war or the social issues are occurring in the Guinea. So the Guinea also have other social issues. But Guinea also has problems of the hunger. And because of the Russia attacks on Ukraine, the Guinea's food crisis is increasing. And also the people in Guinea spend 60 to 90% on foods. And this shows that the price of the food and then the rice, the price is 30%, and the corn increased about 50%, and also the other grains increased by 70%. That means this slide shows that the hunger gets more and more difficult in Guinea. And also, there are big issues of the climate changes. Certain area of the Guinea, there is low heavy rain, but the other area, there is heavy rain. And also, WFP came to help Guinea and South Korea in 1964. They are the same year. And Guinea relies on overseas imports for 35% of its total rice consumption. So it imports 2,600,000 tons in 2021, but it increased 3 times more, about 700,000 tons of the rice in 2020. That means that the Guinea cannot afford to invest other areas. So the Guinea government has the vision about the zero rice importation and aims for the complete food self-sufficiency. So the WFP has supported Guinea government to realize this vision. But there are many problems. The capacity is very low, and also there is some problems of the corruption. So the WFP has supported Guinea government to achieve zero hunger. WFP has some kind of the programs for nutrition programs for infants and pregnant and lactating women, and then this zero hunger project integrate those kind of the programs. So actually, this file is not updated. I already sent updated the file, but it is not updated on the screen. Anyway, and this young girl received the nutrition programs, and then a little bit older children receive the school meal, and their parents receive another programs to increase their income. So the children and the parents involved in those kind of the integrated programs to achieve the zero hunger. And 통일 rice says, and the WFP Guinea office had a seminar in Guinea in 2021, and also back then the Dr. Lee Sang-don had tested on the 통일 rice in Guinea. So I asked the Dr. Lee Sang-don to give us some 통일 rice seed. So the Lee Sang-don visited Guinea and planted 5 kilograms of 통일 rice and 5 kilograms of the aromatic rice seeds on 0.5 hectares of the farmland. And then the yield was really excellent. The yield reached about 5 tons per hectare. So the farmers were really satisfied. So we conducted this 통일 rice project in Guinea, and also we already prepared for the lands. And also you can see that Dr. Lee Sang-don planted 통일 rice and aromatic rices. And Dr. Lee Sang-don already demonstrated how to plant the seeds. And then last March, they started to do farming with this 통일 rice. And then also the growing season is very short compared to the local variants of the Guinea. So maybe in Guinea, this 통일 rice could be harvested twice a year. And then local rice in Guinea cannot have a high harvest. However, in 통일 rice could be for the rotation cultivation, and also it grew very fast, and then it has a high yield. So we provided these 통일 rice seeds to 109 villages, and also based on under some kind of the successes, we will make a cluster. So we try to collect and connect the successful cases to make a cluster. So it is in 2023, 은제르골에, we have a lot of efforts. So you can see that the January and then March and then February, and you can see that the growing of this 통일 rice, and also the March we could harvest. And then this 통일 rice is really growing well in Guinea area, and then this story goes to other areas very fast. So the other farmers in other area ask us to give them this 통일 rice seeds rice, and also they started to plant Tongel rice seeds in their farmland. So you are able to compare this one. You can see that the local variant of the Guinea, the local rice is about 800 kilogram, but the Tongel rice, the yield is about 5 milliton. That means that the Tongil rice has a high yield, 3 to 18 times compared to the local rice. So if they have enough heavy rain, they are able to harvest with the Tongil rice 3 times a year. And also, total MT per year is so excellent in the case of the Tongil rice. So the farmers are really satisfied with this Tongil rice. So after internal consumption, they try to sell this Tongil rice to the market to increase the income. So maybe this kind of the virtuous circle took place in the villages. So the WFP are able to reduce the support. And also this Tongil rice is a combination of the Japonica stickiness and then the Vietnamese rices. So this one is really good tasty in terms of the Guinea's population. And also, but there is another issue is about the pest. So and also each village has a different climate and a different geography. So that's why we need to provide the rice seeds suitable to the area. So as I mentioned before, WFP started to support Korea and Guinea in 1964. But Korea becomes that ODA donor country, but still Guinea is the ODA recipient country. So people ask why Guinea is lagging behind, even though the WFP has supported. But I think that Guinea also has a lot of potential. But the problem is that the infrastructure is very poor. So we need to make the Guinea people to achieve the resilience. And that's why we try to conduct it this self-reliant villages. And we conducted this self-reliant villages with the Semal Undong Center. And also we conducted the new village movement in 4 areas and 4 villages. So this one is a kind of the combination of the Semal Undong and also the other ODA project. And then this new village movement already introduced by the very famous journal so-called Global Development Journal. And then this one is that the concept of zero hunger village. And in the past, we had many projects, but those projects are a little bit dispersed. So that's why we try to integrate these projects to achieve the zero hunger village value chain. And by doing so, we are able to reduce the transportation cost or reduce the time for food distribution. So, and also we try to identify the best practices and try to disseminate the result of the success to other areas. And there are key 5 principles of these zero hunger villages. And then this one is the core principles from the Semal Undong. And the first one is the autonomy. We provided the projects really wanted by the residents. And the second is the leadership. Leadership is very important. And the third one is that the direct contribution. In the past, WFP just provided everything to the local residents that they want. However, nowadays we try to encourage the villages to involve in those kind of the project more. So the direct contribution is very important. And the fourth one is that the competition and the differentiation. So we provided the competition lab competition area to the villages. So if one village make best practices and other villages want to follow this kind of the best practices. So this kind, based on that best practices, we will build cluster. So the infrastructure is important, and then the people are changing their mindset, and then they have the mindset, I can do it, and then finally they can change their life. So it is a kind of the virtuous cycle of value chain. So this slide shows the zero hunger village overview. It encompassed education, market, infrastructure, and a lot of factors. So this zero hunger village is the model of the self-reliance villages. And then President of the Guinea have a lot of interest in the process of the WFP. So I was invited by the president to participate in a meeting, and then he showed some appreciations to WFP. And also the president released that this kind of the order, executive order for this zero hunger village. So nowadays, PM and each minister is instructed to donate 50% of their rice harvest to school. And this zero hunger village project has been conducted very well. And also the scale of this project is increasing. And we, as I mentioned before, we identified the best practices, and then we collected the villages with the best practice to make a cluster. But actually, this kind of the projects is funded by other countries. The Korean government only provided the seeds. So I asked the Korean government to show more interest in these Guinea projects. So the Korea was very poor country. However, we achieved the zero hunger, and also Korea became the ODA donor country. So like Korea, I really hope that the Guinea will achieve zero hunger in the future and make resilience and sustainability in the future. So the hunger is a really important issue to decent human rights. So I really hope no hunger in the world. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And then his final messages is really touching. So nobody shall have a hunger in the world. And now I'd like to invite the next speaker.
We will hear from Mr. Lee Si-min from Korea Agriculture Machinery Industry Cooperation Cooperative, and the title of his presentation is Korea Agriculture Machinery Industry Status of the Overseas Expansion. The mic has to be used for translation to be provided.
우리 농기에 대한 세계 진출 현황에 대해서 설명을 하기로 되어
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will be talking about the status of the overseas expansion of chemical together with the Korea agriculture machinery. And I would like to also talk about how the machineries can be utilized as a part of the K-Ricebelt project. I will first talk about the introduction to K-Chemical, and we'll also finish up my presentation with the strategies for export activities. These are the buildings and rooms of Chemical. Chemical was established in April 24th, 1962, and we have been under the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy, and at the moment we're working together with MOTI, MAFRA, KUTRA, KOICA, and etc. We are working on the agriculture mechanization, export, ODA projects, and especially for the African regions, we are doing a number of ODA projects, including in Ethiopia and Senegal. We also host a number of exhibitions both at home and abroad. For example, Kiemsta, under the leadership of MAFRA, is where Chemical is very active, and Sangju is another exhibition that we are doing. And we also have a Korean pavilion located in famous world agriculture machinery fairs. So as you can see, tractor transplanters and spring sprayers and engines and others are what we manufacture. We also produce compartments as well. Next, let me briefly talk about the history and evolution of agriculture machinery in Korea. As is the case in Africa, our agriculture technologies and the types of machineries have changed over the years. For example, in 1960s, human resources and animal power were the main sources of the machines. In 1970s, we introduced a special act to promote the mechanization of agriculture, and in 1990s, over 99% of the rice farming were done through the machineries, and we exceeded 100% mark in early 2000. And we're now focusing on the creation of smart farm as well as self-controlled machineries. So as you can see from the photos, we depended on the human power and animal power in the past, but now we're focusing on the smart farm and other digital activities. Now let me also talk about what kind of machines are used for which kind of activities. I have been to Africa and I saw that a lot of tractors and combines were used for the agriculture activities. Now, if you take a look at the tractors and how those tractors are getting used in Korea, I believe that African countries will be able to identify the areas where they can further utilize the machineries, including tractor. For example, let's take a look at the tillage for soil preparations. In Korea, we used cows and human resources in early 70s, but it's 100% depending on the machines. Now, if you look at the tractor, we're heavily utilizing tractors. Tractors are serving as the source of power, and tractor is connected to different functional machineries. And I urge and recommend African countries to combine tractors together with other functional units to use it for multiple tasks. Next is about the rotary, to make the surface of the soil smooth, plow to rotate the soil, and harrow is to prepare the land before the rice paddies are transplanted, bed former, and also mulchers are utilized in order to get rid of the weeds. Next, let me talk about the seeding. We depended upon human resources and human power in the past, but nowadays automatic transplanters are actively utilized for seeding. So we have transplanter and direct seeder, which is actively utilized in African countries. And for transplanting, we need to nurse the paddies. So the nursery seeders are actively utilized as well. Next is about the cultivation for the distribution of fertilizer and pest. We're using machines for the distribution of fertilizer and pest. And so all of these functions can be done by attaching tractor unit over to your functional compartments. And next, we have cultivators, that is working type. And we also have the seed sprayer and drone, fertilizer, and manure distributors as well. I do not know what is attached to your cultivators, but actually you can attach more than 30 different functional units over to cultivator. And so if you're a woman, it would be improving your work efficiency and comfort quite significantly. So again, the examples of the use of seed sprayer, we use drones to plant seeds, as well as fertilizers. Next, fertilizer and manure distributors are attached to the cultivators. And next is about harvesting. We're now using we used to use binders, and binders are used to get rid of the peels as well. And now we're using even combine for harvesting. Combines and harvesters for the agriculture products, including onions, potatoes, and yams. Now, if you look at our harvesters, harvesters are also useful to pick up fruit from trees. And so these are improving the quality of the fruit that is picked up from the trees, because not many fruit are dropped onto the ground and to lose its economic value. Next was about thresher. And fifth area that I would like to talk about where agricultural mechanization is very active in Korea is processing. And we are also using rice processing complex that is equipped with various equipments, including grain dryer, household milling machinery, agriculture product dryer, and agriculture product sorter. And so you have so far looked at how different machineries can be utilized for the agriculture activities. And next, let me talk about some of the data that support and explains the reasons as to why Korean machineries are boasting the excellent quality. And as you can see, the population of Korea has increased by over 38% from 1980 to 2021, up to close to 60 million from less than 20 million. But the number of farmers in Korea have decreased. But what is interesting here is the productivity has stayed at the higher level all the way. That is because of the use of the machineries. Well, in the past, we have smaller lands that are used for cultivation, but the production has actually increased more than 4 times because of the use of machineries. So I believe that K-Ricebelt can be heavily benefited from the active utilization of Korea machineries. And I believe that localization, the development of localized agri machinery will be very critical, so that each country can use machineries that is a right fit for their own environment. That is where we would like to focus our efforts on going forward. Now let me talk about the effect of the use of agriculture machines. I've earlier shown you the data that shows the excellent quality of the machines of Korea. It increases the income of farming houses. It helps you to address the issue of labor shortage and reduction of labor. It also increases the production and supply of proper agriculture machineries, and this establishes the solid infrastructure for the agriculture segment, which is closely tied to the economic development of individual countries. Let me also briefly talk about the global market share that we have in with our machineries around the world. These are the data from Prisona, and according to the Prisona data, our expectation is about
시장을 갖고 있습니다. 그는 인도와
168.5 million won worth of export by the year 2024. And the demand from India and China are continuously increasing. And as you understand, Korea takes up about 1.5% of the market, and CAGR that reflects annual growth is about 5.2%, reflecting continuous upward trends. If you now take a look at the domestic market of Korea, the market has been quite stunted over the years, hovering around 2.2 trillion Korean won. And so our path forward should be found through the export. And as you can see, we have been actively exporting our machineries over the years, and we exported over 1.7 billion or in 2022. And more than 80% of our agro machines are exported over to the North American market, which is quite an interesting data because of the technological competitive edge of Korean agro machines. The biggest customers are coming from the American continent and North American countries, and we have a very small market in Africa. And the items that we export heavily would be tractors and attachments. I mentioned that we successfully exported our products over to different countries. We have some success cases and cases where we learn more lessons rather than the benefits. First of all, we learned a lesson that agro machines should be tailored towards the local environment in individual countries. That is the key to the success. And so, the development of the machine that fits the local environment would be important. After sales services, the continuous and stable supply of parts and equipments are critical success factors for us to be successful in North American area. Now, our failure has also its share of experiences as well. For example, China is a big market, and a lot of Korean agro manufacturing companies advanced into the Chinese markets. However, this competition rather increased the labor cost in agro machinery industry that was nurtured and established by Korean companies in China. We also exported our agro machines into the Myanmar and other South Asian countries, but due to the lack of after-sales support and lack of compartments and components were dragging the advancement of Korean agro machinery producers in these markets. So let me now skip over the actual cases. Finally, let's take a look at where we are in terms of the level of our technologies. We are slightly behind Japan and European countries, and we're also slightly behind in terms of our price competitiveness when compared against companies and competitors from China and India. And so our solution is to develop agro machines that are catered towards the needs of local markets and local environments, and to provide continuous repair support and after-sales support in the local markets. We will continue to work to reduce production cost, so cost management and the increase of market competitiveness is another strategy for us. And so to do this, I believe that we need to train the technicians and engineers in the local markets. So they are going to be the success factors for the prosperous businesses of agro companies in the local markets and if all these factors are going to get combined, our export target of $2.5 billion by 2025 is likely to be well achieved. And so these are the repetition of the factors that I explained earlier on. First of all, I would like to once again emphasize the importance of the establishment of the repair center in the local markets and in the local areas. We also need to train local engineers and local technicians. And this needs to be supported by the local governments as well. For example, when we need a micro loan that could be gained through the local government, I believe that the agro machinery project in each location is likely to be more successful. Finally, as Prime Minister Han has mentioned earlier on, if you go alone, you can go fast, but if you go together, you can go far away. I like this phrase because it emphasizes the fact that all the participants into the K-Ricebelt need to work together to make sure that our project is successful. So I have 4 targets here, and which one would you like to choose out of going alone, going fast, going far, and going together? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then he provided a really moving presentation. So now it is the discussion time. And we invited the panelists. So the panelists, please come onto the stage. And take a seat in front of your name card. And this discussion, we will talk about the identification of cooperative plans for the success of K-Ricebelt project. And the first panelist is Yu-Una, Manager of Rural Development Administration, and Cha Won-gyu, Researcher of Korea Rural Economic Institute, Chun Hong-min, Executive Director of Korea Institute for Development Strategy, Babuk Mane, Director General of Africa Rice. Please welcome him with a big hand. And this discussion is moderated by Professor Song Yang-hun. Now I'd like to turn microphone to him. And
good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you to the. I'd like to thank you for for staying so late, and I welcome you to the concluding portion of this program. And basically, we are more than 45 minutes behind the schedule. So we have 4 panelists. But I have to ask you to finish your comments or questions in 5 minutes. Okay, so we start from Dr. Mane and move to toward me. Okay, so before you and then we will talk. We will have the floor to have questions and comments, and they will be very short. Okay, less than 5 minutes. So before you have the floor, please identify yourself, so that we know who is speaking. Okay, Dr. Mane, can you help?
It's not working. Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. First, I would like to take advantage of my presence to thank His Excellency the Prime Minister for the warm welcome in the morning.
and also the Honorable Minister of Agriculture for the welcome, and also to thank the people of Korea for the support to the African continent, particularly sub-Saharan Africa, in the drive to get rice self-sufficiency in the short term. For Africa Rice Center, I am really glad to be here, and because we are also challenged to try to achieve rice self-sufficiency in Africa, in partnering with the African governments, but also the other development partners. So that's the reason why this K-Ricebelt is a very good and very commendable initiative. So for the K-Ricebelt, there is a lot of potential to really be supportive to rice cultivation in Africa, because the whole initiative, I could say, started with the Korean government's project called the Kafasi Project. And the Kafasi Project brought the Tonjil rice varieties in Africa, which actually we tested, and we found some of those Tonjil varieties to be quite well adapted. And those varieties that were adapted, already we have started releasing the varieties, and the next phase will be through the K-Rice project to try to do the deployment of those technologies now, the Tonjil varieties adapted to Africa. But another important phase also, which is very important, is to try to get to the next phase. That means, how can we get those Korean varieties better adapted to the African cultivation conditions, but also to the markets? I think there were questions to that effect earlier. So this is the reason why the next phase of the Korean project, the Kafasi project, is to make the marriage between the Korean varieties and the African varieties, so they can have the two combinations, the good taste and high yield capacity of the Korean Tonjil varieties, and also the adaptation to local conditions and climate change, and also the diseases that are found in Africa that the African varieties will give. So the next phase of the Tonjil project, the Kafasi program, is going to be very important, which will now be rolling into the K-Ricebelt. So for that, I'm very, very glad for that initiative, which will actually be complementary to other efforts in Africa to try to make sure that we see a great increase in rice production, so that as the continent is trying to envisage, by 2030, we can say that we'll have rice self-sufficiency in Africa. It is very challenging, because where we are right now, we are only at 62% self-sufficiency, and even that is the average. Some countries are less than 10%, some countries are more than 75%. So even among the K-Ricebelt countries, we have some countries very weak, and the other countries very strong. So to strengthen the institutions of the countries are very important, so that the project can have a long-term effect and lasting effect for sustainability. With that, I would like to thank you very much and pass the mic back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Hongmin Chun. I'm a managing director at KDS, Korea Institute for Development Strategy. It's a development consultancy based in Seoul, Korea. It's been over 20 years, and I think we're the largest private-based development consultancy in Korea. Throughout the 20 years of our history, we have been engaged with multiple agricultural projects in Africa. In Mozambique, we have made a rice demonstration farm and provided some agricultural training center, as you've seen through Dr. Dong-In Kim's presentation. For Uganda, myself, I was working with the Ministry of Agriculture in focusing in the agro-processing and marketing strategy for rice and maize. And the strategy we developed there was taken as an official government strategy there. For DR Congo, we've actually revitalized the National Agricultural Extension Center. And last month, I was in Cote d'Ivoire, Abidjan, invited by the Prime Minister of Cote d'Ivoire, focusing on the food security. And there, food security was an emergency food security. They had a loan from the African Development Bank about the emergency food production program, focusing on because of this the war between Ukraine and Russia. basically soared the food prices as well as fertilizers prices. So it became a very big issue there. Now, throughout these experiences, we have identified a number of challenges in Africa in terms of rice development. First, the demand is soaring from 1990 to 2018. The demand has quadrupled, and but the production has not. So how did these countries meet the demand? Was by increasing the import. So the import amount was almost like 40% of the total consumption, like in the case of Guinea. And these were coming from Vietnam, Thailand, and India. The first thing we thought was to increase the irrigated farmland, because that's the basis that provides the most highest yield possible. However, in case of Cote d'Ivoire, we found out that very surprisingly, the irrigated farmland was only 4% of the total rice farmland. So we thought we need to increase that. We need to change this upland and lowland farmland into irrigated land. The other part is not enough use of fertilizer. Now, most of these countries, they didn't have a fertilizer plant. They were importing fertilizers. They had limited source and financial resources to provide that. And if you there was this field with and without the fertilizer, and it basically doubled the yield, the production yield. So we saw the potential there. The other side, as Kamiko mentioned, the lack of agricultural machinery, national extension system was collapsed because of the lack of financial resources, etc. So, how to deal all this problem? Because we see this rice development issue is not just only about seed. It has to make a high yielding seed, but it has to have a very good distribution network. And apart from the seed, the land has to be prepared, the water has to be there, all these different things, right? So, and there are some other donors who are doing some works in this field. The United States, the government has a whole of government program, the Feed the Future program, covering from the rice, maize, and coffee, cacao, and most of these projects in 16 African countries. The Japan, they have this coalition for rice development program called CARD, and it encompasses like 32 countries, and they developed this national rice development strategy, seed development strategy. They developed NERICA, supported developing NERICA with Africa Rice, and etc. So you have many donors here and there working in the same space. Now, my question to Minister of Agriculture is, how can we differentiate the K-Ricebelt vis-a-vis, because we've seen like in Cote d'Ivoire, there's even Chinese government providing some of their seeds as well. The other question was, as I mentioned, there's many different value chain issues across, from production to post-harvest and to marketing. Now, how can we expand the value chain approach, the solution, not just for focusing on seed? Many people think, why don't we adopt mechanization? But there's no financial mechanism or subsidy program that can support adoption of that. So can maybe our government make some kind of a subsidy mechanism, a sustainable financial mechanism that can easily source Korean machineries? And if so, we can maybe build 2 mechanization hubs in the East Africa and West Africa. This is just an idea. The third part is actually about the speed. Now, we went to the Prime Minister's office and said, oh, we have a KOICA program, we have K-Ricebelt program. Why don't you wait for 2 years to design and implement? And they said they just had no time for that. The food is an extreme urgent subject, and they just don't have the time to plan and design and like a normal ODA procedure. It takes 2 years to design, right? So they were asking for a expedited, fast tracking of these programs. Now, I believe that this K-Ricebelt will be an expedited program for addressing this rice development issue in Africa. Thank you very much.
Because he's from the consulting sector, he has many requests to the government. Thank you for your request, and maybe later somebody can answer that. And next, Dr. Cha from CRAE.
네, 반갑습니다. 농촌경제연구원의 차원규라고.
Good afternoon. I'm Cha Won-gyu, working at the Korea Rural Economic Institute, and my institute also have a lot of interest in this K-Ricebelt, and then we try to develop strategies and plan for this K-Ricebelt project. And I think that my comments is a kind of the supplementary to the presentation by the Mr. Chung from the MAFRA. And I wanted to talk about why we conducted this K-Ricebelt project in Africa, and also what kind of variants are required in Africa, and also what kind of the variants of the rice can make a success in Africa. And the first is that why we should increase the yield of the rice production. And actually, recently, the rice consumption is increasing in Africa. As mentioned by Director Chung, the rice consumption is increasing much higher than the rice production. So I think that Africa countries is dependent on the rice import. So the reason why is that rice consumption is increasing is that the population increase partially. However, the other countries like Kenya and others, and then their staple food become rice. So that's why the rice demand is increasing. And also, you know that because of the COVID-19, the global rice chain or the global grain chains supply chain is blocked. And also because of the Ukraine war, and then the Ukraine could not export their grains and the crops to other countries. So the Southeast Asian countries and Africas were hit by this kind of the blocking of the supply chain of the crops, so that they faced that food crisis. So in the context, and actually the global issues gets more serious, and also it creates the social problem. So to resolve these issues, we need to produce more rices and to increase the self-sufficiency rate of the crops and the grains. So if we look at the rice industry of Africa, it's already introduced by Yoon Soni, the WFP Korea office. So in order to resolve these issues, we need to have a holistic approaches to, and the systematic approaches to whole value chains from production to consumption. But it is a very difficult to support a whole value process. But I think that maybe there are some priority, for example, production or the processing. And in terms of the production, input and also infrastructures are important, I believe. So in the cases, we have to think about cost-benefit analysis. So in terms of the infrastructures, we develop the irrigation system and then reform the lands and others. And it requires a huge money, and it requires a huge budget. And actually, these infrastructures requires a huge money, so it is not possible to support all farmers in terms of the infrastructure. However, compared to the infrastructures, the budget for the providing the rice seeds are a little bit small scale. So I think that with the lower budget, we are able to provide the seeds to local residents in Africa compared to the investment for infrastructure. So I think that the Korean government decide to provide this kind of the rice seeds to African people in terms of the ODA support. And also in the past, we just produced about 10,000 tons of the seeds in the past, and back then the government and also the public institutes try to increase that production of the rices. To this end, we try to distribute more rices to the people, more people. That means that in the past, so the Korean government could not produce or distribute the seeds to the farmers. And then back then, the Korean people had a self-selection of the seeds. That means that they make some reservoirs of the seeds, and then the farmers become the seed banks, work as the seed bank in the past. So they just store some of the seeds for the next year's agriculture. But during that process, this seeds quality decrease, and then those kind of diseases are very vulnerable to the pest. So I think that the African case is similar, but I think that in Korea, Korean government so-called seeds promotion agency is responsible for the production of the seeds. So that means that the Korean farmers are able to buy new seeds every 2 years. So the seeds are very have a high quality, and also seeds are very well stored by the government agency compared to the private farmers. And also, I think that this kind of the system is required to be applied to African countries. So and of course that Africa has low infrastructures. So that's why that the production rate of the rice is very low in Africa. So I think that to resolve these issues, we conducted a K-Ricebelt with African countries. So I did as many researches on partner countries of this K-Ricebelt, and I researches how farmers collected the seeds and how farmers store the seeds, and then how the seeds are distributed to farmers. And of course, I'm not a seeds expert, but I made a lot of researches on these issues. And then in case of the Africa, then of course that the government try to produce the seeds by themselves, and also the COPIA took places in African countries to provide researches support to other African countries. And also there is some kind of the variance, and also actually the original variety and hybrid variety, we need to make some kind of the systematic approaches to create the original variety variants, and after that we need to also need to foster the hybrid variants like that. So of course to conduct this kind of the programs, ODA recipient countries must cooperate and involved in by themselves. It's very important. So I strongly believe that the African governments must make an effort, and of course Korean government will make an effort to conduct this project. But I think that it is really required for African governments to have efforts to conduct these programs. And also in several countries, this kind of the seeds maybe will be distributed to the farmers with a very low price or for nothing. So the production of the rice is important, and likewise that distribution of the seeds are important too.
If you have any question, on economic feasibility of this program, you want to talk to him because he was involved in this program from the start. And if you have any technical issues and questions, you can talk to Dr. Yu, who is the next panel.
반갑습니다. 농촌진흥청 국외농업기술과
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Eunha Yu from the RDA. I'm in charge of the COPIA office, in charge of overseas agriculture technology support. And what I would like to introduce today is the role of RDA through the K-Ricebelt, as well as our target and directions going forward. The production of high-yield, high-quality seeds would be very critical for the food security in African countries. As I was preparing for my presentation materials, we have already discussed. I have actually put together a number of statistical numbers that reflect the fact that food consumption is not meeting up. It's not satisfied with the food production. And so when we think about the challenges that we have to overcome at RDA, I believe that it will be the limitations in terms of the high quality seeds. If you look at the seeds that are utilized in Africa, they're weak to diseases, environmental stresses, as well as pest and other diseases. If you look at the seeds that are used in African countries, also access system for high quality seeds and distribution system of these high quality seeds have not been sufficient in African countries. And therefore, the expansion of the seed production that have high quality and delivery of these high quality seeds to actual farmers would be critical in African countries. As you understand, in Korea, we used 통일벼 and developed 통일 rice to achieve self-sufficiency, and we termed this development as Green Revolution, which contributed to the achievement of self-sufficiency of rice in Korea. And so we would like to transfer this program through capacity to African countries so that we can provide support for the production and development of high-quality rice seeds that yield high yield and that are resistant to diseases and pests. This will contribute to the increase of income in farming houses. For example, in Senegal, Miliang 23, which is ISRI 6 and ISRI 7 in Senegal are really satisfying the taste buds of people in Senegal and are sold at a higher price. And that is also the case in Guinea and the Gambia. And so, again, the development of high quality seeds would be very important. And in order to make sure that farmers are using these seeds, we need to help the farming sites to transfer the technology so that they can do good management of these seeds. And this requires the capacity building for human resources involved in the rice seeds utilization. K-Ricebelt is to lower the import dependency of food and to ensure food security for African countries. RDA is working together with Ministry of MAFRA in Korea for the production of high-quality seeds, for the transfer of agriculture technologies over to African countries. And we believe that these are the key roles that we can play at RDA. So we term these efforts as RICEPIA, Rice Seeds Production Improvement for Africa is abbreviated into RICEPIA. And we had a RICEPIA task force launched in June 8th to make sure that we provide tool support for African countries. The Green Revolution's successful experiences of Korea, I believe, will be the driving force and will open up the gate for the successful green revolution in African countries. Finally, let me talk about some solutions to address current challenges that African countries are faced with their seeds. If you look at seeds, seeds are developed and also breeded before they're disseminated into different farming sites. And so the original characteristics that the researchers had in mind need to be kept in terms of its pure form. And so the production of seeds that have pure form of capacity would be contingent upon the fact that it will be not mixed together with seeds. And right timing harvestation, right drying, right storage will be also the key factors. Now, when we think about the implementation of the K-Ricebelt, we made efforts to understand the distribution environment, production environment of seeds in African countries. And for example, in Africa, about 20% of seeds that are planted by farmers, according to our research, are distributed and produced through official channels. But the rest of the 80% of the seeds are somehow produced and distributed through unofficial channels, meaning they may breed their seeds between different farming houses. This may hamper the purity of the seeds quality and seeds property, leading to the reduction of the quality of seeds. And so Korea Seeds Bank, Seeds Vault, and leading seeds-related agencies are working together to keep the purity of Korean seeds. But on the other hand, in Africa, I think there are more things that needs to be done between the governments and related seeds agencies. And again, this reflects the fact that cooperation between related agencies in each country would be quite critical. Again, we have 50 years of experiences of success in Korea, and our experiences will be shared with African countries by taking into account individual situations of each country so that successful production, distribution of seed system can take roots in African countries. I would like to take this opportunity to urge African countries to actively participate and cooperate together with us. Earlier on, Prime Minister Han Seung-soo His Excellency has also talked about the African maxim. We have similar maxim in Korea as well. We say that even a light single paper will become lighter if two people hold the paper together. Our K-Ricebelt project is heavier than a single sheet of paper, so we have to hold it together, and RDA will do our utmost to share all the experiences that will be useful for African countries. But this absolutely requires the reciprocation and cooperation from our African counterparts. Thank you very much.
If you don't have any questions or comments, can I go to the floor and take questions and comments? Is it okay, Mr. John? Is okay? No comments. Okay, let's go to the floor, and we can take maybe one question or comments. Anybody has a question or comments? Because ministers are waiting for us for dinner. Oh, okay. Dr. Kwon, can you make it very short? Yes, 1 minute.
So the three speakers made excellent presentations, and also he shares some hope for the K-Ricebelt. And actually, I have some request to the Africa Rice Center. And also, this Korea Rice Belt project is conducted for Africa. So the Africa Rice Center, I think that needs more researches on these seeds or the nurturing of the seeds breeding. And also, I think that the researchers of the insects or the researchers of the plants must involve in this kind of the project. So I think that multidisciplinary research is required for this K-Ricebelt. So the Africa Rice makes more efforts to encourage other experts to involve in this project. And also the Guinea introduced a very excellent cases, and
Thank you
then
very
I'd
much,
like
Dr.
to
Kwan.
extend
And
my
I think we
gratitude
should,
to all speakers.
conclude our discussion now because we have to move on to the next schedule. And I'd like to thank you all again for staying late, and I hope to see everybody here in the field in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you your active participation in these discussions. Thank you. And please give them a round of applause again. Thank you. So now I'd like to wrap up the Africa K-Ricebelt Ministerial Meeting seminar session. I'm really grateful to all participants, and I think that this seminar will be the opportunity to increase the cooperation between South Korea and African countries with a long perspective. And also, I think that food crisis is a global issue. We need to make more efforts to resolve these issues. So thank you. I'm Park Seo-jung, the MC of this seminar. Thank you.